Alright, hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. Today is a really fun video because we are going to be going through all of my sketchbooks. Now, there is a little asterisk next to that because I couldn't find every single sketchbook that I've kept, but this will be a very good amount of them, starting from 6th grade going up until my current one as a freshman in college. So let's start. Okay, starting off with 6th grade, of course, is this icon, if you will call her that, this bingo sketchbook. Yes, it does work. It's meant for road trips, I believe. And I got it from a neighbor, which is really chill. I started this sketchbook, I believe, halfway through my 6th grade year. I couldn't find a sketchbook that predated this one, so we're gonna start here. If you are a longtime family member of this channel, you would have probably seen this guy actually, because I did do one other video where I was going over my sketchbooks before, but I did take that down because I was very camera shy and it showed. Anyway, here we go. Starting off very strong with the Hamilton furry, of course. You know him, you love him. The world turned upside down. If you couldn't tell, this was the height, the peak of Hamilton era, and I was there, okay? I was George Washington for Halloween. I was no stranger to the Hamilton fandom. So at this point in time, as a little bit of context, I had pretty much only drawn animals up until now, like furries, anthros, stuff like that, because I was deep into the Animal Jam fandom and Littlest Pet Shop fandoms, and I hadn't really had experience with medias that had humans that I wanted to draw that much. So it kind of was just a matter of influence. But then around 6th grade, I started meeting new people, and I met one of my best friends to this day, shout out Mikey, and he inspired me to draw people and lock in. So you're gonna see the progression from animal to human drawings as we go forward, and you'll actually see some prehistoric evidence of some of my OCs as well, which is really fascinating, honestly, to look at. And I am, at the end of the video, I'm gonna be doing a redraw, actually, of one of the first ever drawings of my beloved OCs, Ray and Naomi. I will talk more about them later in that speed paint. Anyway, as you can see, next page, I don't know if she was like a character that I made or that I found, because more context for this time period, I was heavy on Amino, and on Amino I would always make the post like, I'm gonna draw your OCs, and to be honest, I still do that just on Unveil. If you want to follow me on Unveil, find me here. I doodle OCs all the time. But on Amino, I would make these posts and I'd be like, hey, I'm gonna draw your character. I am gonna try and not be hard on my old self, because as funny and cringy as I can say all of this is, because I'm the artist, of course I know how cringy it is. I was there, I drew it. I do not want to put a negative spin on all of this, because it's part of the art journey, and I would not be here today without this. And especially for all you young artists out there, or not even young, but just beginner artists, like, yeah, your stuff is gonna look like crap sometimes, but that's totally okay. And if you're proud of a piece, be proud of it. Like, no one's stopping you from liking your own art. So yeah, that's just the mindset that we're going with for the rest of this video, I think. Anyway, on to the next page with Dilama. At least we got some human anatomy going on here, right? Like, it might have been heavily referenced, but that's pretty significant of a difference, you know? You got 1, 2, 3, 4, about 5 heads. It's pretty close. I do like this, although there is clearly a habit in these older sketchbooks that you might notice as well, where I tend to make the drawings that I'm less confident with, especially with anatomy, way smaller. It'll only fill up like a super tiny part of the page. I guess I didn't want to list like show drawings like messing up, you know? And I think that's a trait that's really common with beginner artists, is drawing things really tiny that you're not comfortable with. I challenge anyone out here, if you have anything that you don't know what to draw or like how to draw it, I challenge you to try and draw it as big as you can. As big as you can. Fill the page. It'll definitely be really uncomfortable, but it's a great exercise. Next up, first we have Pig Burrito in the City. I believe this was a collab with one of my friends. Because, you know, half of these drawings, for context, took place when I was in like the lunchroom in middle school. Like, most of these happened at school, so it was probably just a bunch of like funny ideas that me and my friends came up with at the time and we thought were hilarious. For this one, I think her outfit was based slightly off of Eliza from Hamilton, if I remember correctly, because I remember being super proud of this, because this is the era of the OCs, right? We're starting to get into character design. We're starting to design our characters. And, of course, what did I know how to draw? Furries. So, what was I designing? Furries. And so, she looks like she got two tails. Definitely not a Sonic reference. I don't know. Got the swirl up here. That's kind of fun. I still do swirls in the hair. Like, it's really cool looking back on these because I can see, like, what tiny little habits and traits like still follow through even like 6 years later. Oh my gosh, it's Mikey drawings, my goat. I love these, they're so cute. This was also from a friend. I don't remember who. I just remember this was specifically on a day when I was giving my sketchbook to other people to draw in, because I like making it like a museum, kind of like I don't know, I like when people draw my sketchbook, and I like drawing in other people's sketchbooks. It's totally a preference thing. Oh boy, yes, like I said, heavy in the Animal Jam fandom here. This is Juno. Juno is, if I remember correctly, one of the alphas that Animal Jam had. If you don't know, if you're not a knower, Animal Jam alphas are like the leaders. They have like one leader for each species of animal in game, and there's a whole ton of, if I started yapping about the Animal Jam lore, because I know it by heart, we would be here for a while, so I will spare you the details. But this is one of the alphas, Juno. I was obsessed with the design because it was an alpha that got released when I was playing, and it wasn't like a preset one, so I was like, whoa, new design, you guys, this is awesome. And Juno is sliming some phantoms. I was so proud of this drawing. In fact, this might even be a redraw. I think I drew this like 3 separate times because I was so proud of it. I have a habit of drawing, like when I was a kid, if I drew something that I liked, instead of like copying it and like printing it again, I would like completely like redraw it and be like, yeah guys, look, I'm such a good artist, I can redraw this. Anyway, unfinished furry, of course. You know what? But you know what design traits we're starting to see, which is interesting. We will put a pin in this, is the horns. Okay, put a pin in that. And watch the whole video if you want to unlock that pin again. Anyway, a thing I also did in these sketchbooks was have a best drawing in my sketchbook. So we have this little one. This is totally just copied from Google. Like, I know this was not off the dome. In fact, this might even be from an anime. I have no clue, because sometimes I would just copy things from like Google because this was the era where Google was like the main place to get art inspo. Like, it wasn't Pinterest or anything at the time. I'm Unk. I just found out I'm chopped and also Unk. So I was searching up on google.com cute anime drawings. Not copyright. No, I didn't search not copyright. I just searched cute anime drawings and copied them. And you know what? I think this is a lesson. Again, man, I'm yapping so much advice today. I didn't think I was that Unk. But some advice that I have from all these sketchbooks, and you'll notice this like even in my sketchbooks to this day, it's totally okay to like copy or heavily reference drawings in your sketchbook as long as you're not like posting them and claiming them as your own. Like, that's totally fine. It's great for learning, actually, because you learn like what works and what doesn't with your style, and you kind of learn like some things that you also just like to draw, and you do repetition, and repetition is what matters in art practice. 10 out of 10 would recommend if you ever are stuck on something or just want to, you know, just draw for the sake of drawing, right? Art for the sake of art, which is a pretty modern concept, by the way, not to become an art historian here. We're in an era where that's a thing, and that's super cool, so you should totally go for it. I'm not going to flame myself for learning, right? I'm not going to flame you for learning either. Like, hell, if you want to copy one of my drawings, go for it. I don't care. Just don't post it as your own. But yeah, I had a thing where I was like, this is the best drawing in my sketchbook. later on I override this because I drew something else that I liked better, but I was like so proud of that. I remember like walking around showing it. I even added my signature. That's something you don't want to do. You don't want to claim it as your own. Don't do that. Oh, not the vines. Hello. Okay, maybe I should move that. Alright. Next, we have more furry fusion guys. I might have been on random Pokemon generator and like was making furries out of them. I don't really know. That sounds like something I would do, to be honest. Random Pokemon generator is such a fun website, to be fair. But you can tell, like, I was learning different traits from the ones I copied and then like applying it to the ones that I didn't copy. So that's good. Next page. Oh yes, we're in the oof era. I was a reader, okay guys. Like in 5th grade I had like a college reading level. In college I have a 5th grade reading level, but that doesn't matter. And I was reading, I remember this vividly because I loved the cover art of the book. It's kind of why I chose it. Yes, I judge books by their covers. Sorry. This was The School of Good and Evil, and there was 2 swans on the cover of the book, and I remember finishing it in class because I read pretty fast, and I was like kind of bored. So I whipped out the sketchbook as one does and started drawing the cover, and I drew the swan, and I was so proud of the head. And then I got to the rest of it, and then you can tell by the oof that I did not enjoy how the rest of the drawing went. And then we have a sun and hill. I don't know if I drew this one either. Maybe not. Like I said, I passed around the sketchbook. It was a community sketchbook sometimes. Now, we are in Inktober, the once a year event where I make 3 to 4 drawings and then give up. Yay! My favorite annual tradition. So I did prompt number 1. Let's go. I did not finish it, but that's okay. I made the drawing, and that's what counts in the challenge, right? And it's the drawing, not the coloring. So the prompt was poison, which I spelled wrong, which I think I did that on purpose because I love to spell things wrong on purpose. Like, it was really funny to me, and then be like, oh, what do you mean, guys? I spelled that wrong. That's crazy. Like, I would pretend to be so dumb because I don't know why. I thought it was really funny pretending to be dumb, so I did. Looks like this is an original drawing. You can tell by the pose. Very front facing, but you gotta have the tail sticking out. You gotta have all those details, right? And the red glowing eyes, cause she's so emo. And then I think this is the writing excerpt that goes along with the drawing, because I was out here being an author too, right? And we got Tracy stood up in her cell, shaking. A slit opened in the door. Here's some food, kid. She took it. It looked suspicious, but she ate it anyways. So I think this is Tracy, the one drinking the poison. The poison is even labeled poison. Wow, she was not trying to hide that. Tracy did not want to be in that cell. Next up. Okay, I think this is an OC. I think so, because I saw this design, I think, before on another page. So this might be an OC. I don't think I ever named her. Kind of cute though. Oh, this is really interesting actually. Okay, you see the bands around the ears? Put a pin in that design choice as well. And again, this is for like the end of the video, so stick around. Put a pin in that. And then on this page, some wonderful off the dome anatomy. I wasn't really a fan of Baldi's Basics, but my friends were, so I made Baldi's Basics fan art and like pretended to be a fan and stuff. So I'm pretty sure I was gonna draw like a character from it, and then I gave up because like I didn't vibe with the anatomy, and I was like, if it looks bad, instead of finishing the drawing, how about I just abandon it and start a new one? Which is what I did, and dropped this absolute banger. Oh my gosh, one of my favorite drawings of all time. It's been so long. You know that song. Everyone knows that song. If you were in the FNAF fandom then, if you were in the FNAF fandom now, if you've ever looked at Frederick Fazbear in your life, you know this song. You would probably even know it if you weren't in the FNAF fandom, because it was just trending recently too. And by recently, I mean like a year and a half ago, but that's okay. Anyways, this is Foxy, our goat, our diva. And then I suppose this is my kid design of Foxy, and it's supposed to be a side-by-side where it's like, you know, before and after he gets turned into an animatronic. Yeah, I've been in the FNAF fandom since the first game came out in first grade for me, so I've been around a while. I know the FNAF lore. Don't quiz me on my Five Nights at Freddy's lore, guys. I know it. This, I believe I was starting to copy a drawing of Mangle from probably Tony Cry Night, because I was heavy into the Tony Cry Night videos. Those were peak. Those were peak. If you were there, you knew. The drama, oh my gosh, the drama between Mangle and Chico was crazy. But Mangle was one of my favorite characters, still is. I'm actually cosplaying Mangle for the FNAF movie this December, so super excited about that. And there's a comically large teardrop. Okay, anyways, my next page, I'm covering this up because it dead names my friend, and I don't want that on camera because that's evil. But I am still showing the page because I drew this eyeball, and I was so proud of it. I was like, oh my god, guys, I'm like painting the Sistine Chapel right now. I'm literally like the entire, like, I'm every single Renaissance artist at once, y'all. Like, I'm all of them. Look at this eyeball. This is so peak. I'm like the best artist ever. That was the mindset. And you know what? Hell yeah, be proud of your drawings. And so you can see at the top it says new best drawing in the sketchbook, because if you remember from earlier, there was an old best drawing, and we had to clarify. This one was more peak. This one was better. Anyway, ooh, we got an upside down page. So you can tell this was drawn in school, in middle school. You can probably tell that too. And you can tell that there was some kind of hilarious joke that we had probably come up with and that I was drawing. Because, you know, I gotta document the memes. I should have put the words next to it too, but clearly this is some kind of MPreg, it looks like. And there's like gymnastics going on. I don't really remember the context at all, to be honest. But we have that banger, yeah. And then Toy Bonnie going yee, because it was middle school in the era of that one video with the kid wearing the hoodie and his ears were sticking out and he like turns around. Oh my gosh, I just showed how unk I am, but that was the era, so you know the aura that was coming from it. Anyway. Okay, let's start with here. Let's unpack this. This is supposed to be Foxy and Mangle from the hit series Five Nights at Freddy's, as we all know by now. And they are in a ship because they were my OTP. Fangle for life. And next up, this is a drawing of one of my friends. I think I drew this in science class, but I was so scared because I drew her so tiny, and I was like, I don't think I drew this right. And then Mikey Doodle, you got a Mikey artifact, shout out. Also, if you haven't noticed by now, a lot of the left pages are blank, and this is a habit that I kind of have in my sketchbooks up until like maybe junior year of high school. It's a really bad habit, and I've finally learned how to break it. But for whatever reason, if I didn't want to fill a page, I just wouldn't, which is such a waste of paper. You fill up your sketchbooks, guys. It's more appealing to look at when it's finished, if it's actually finished. But yeah, that happened. I'm 99% sure this is an amino drawing. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, guys. It's my goat, my first human OC, Tora Shy. I actually drew her for Cringetober this year. Here's the drawing. Here's my redraw of her. So this is the gender bent. So clearly I designed her on another piece of paper or digitally, because another context is Some of my sketchbooks, like pretty much up until the end of high school and like beginning of college, are pretty light because I did most of my drawing digitally because I was locked in. I was on that grind. There are like many pieces of like missing art in my progress as far as the sketchbooks go because a lot of the learning was happening digitally. I kind of wish I had more in the sketchbooks because I want to see the original Torah drawing, but it's okay. Although, to be fair, this might also just be drawn off of the Gacha Life version because I did make all my OCs in Gacha. You know. I actually, funny story about Gacha. This is like the 12th tangent. You're just gonna have to stick around for the rest of this video. Like, I'm a yapper if you haven't figured that out. But funny Gacha story, when I was in 7th grade, so when COVID had hit for me, because COVID was 7th and 8th grade for me, we, in French, my French teacher was like, I don't know, we had an Among Us unit, that's a whole other thing, but she was like heavy into like doing your own projects to like learn or whatever. So what did I do? I made a Gacha Life music video to El Midi, and I got full points for that bad boy. Yeah, we were there. So I was a Gacha kid for sure. Okay, so now we're getting into a little bit of rendering, which is good. I still render like a lot in my art style. I think that's one of my defining things actually, because I have multiple like art styles. Like I have a simplified, I have a chibi, but like when I do my main pieces, like the OC birthday art pieces, like the OC cover arts that you see on Unveil, like those ones, those are all like pretty rendered because I like rendering. I think it's fun, and I think I was starting to figure that out around this time. I was experimenting a lot, and you can tell like in the eyes, like of course the anatomy is not great. You know what? We were trying. I remember drawing these vividly actually. I was sitting in an egg chair in the library. If you don't know what an egg chair is, these. But I was like, what if instead of looking for a book, I just drew stuff from random book covers? And so that's what I did. So I drew this fist, which honestly kind of ate that up. That was pretty good. And then this face, I don't know why it says nope, because it's really not that bad, to be honest. Like, compared to some of the other stuff in the sketchbook, I was getting there, you know? Oh, okay. Now we see a jump, because I remember watching an expression tutorial on YouTube. I'm pretty sure the expressions are very heavily referenced. I don't fully remember. Like, I don't remember what the video was, so I can't remember how much of this was referenced or whatnot. But I was really proud of this. This is one of my divas, one of my OCs. I haven't touched her since probably 7th grade, but if you ever want to see a redraw, just comment it and let me know, because I could totally go through and redesign my OCs. I think that'd be so fun, because most of my OCs now, except for like maybe 1 or 2, are just revived versions of my old OCs. Like, these guys are for lifers. We're twins. We're locked in. So yeah, this is Marianne. I have some more Marianne expressions. Look at that diva. Oh yeah. And then we tried doing a side profile, which, you know what? Side profiles take a while to learn. They're pretty tricky. So hell yeah. These were definitely heavily referenced. I just can't remember the video. Ooh, this one I remember watching a how to draw a furry tutorial, because I can see the box underneath, and I know for a fact I wasn't thinking in 3D shapes at the time. I was just copying what other people did and trying to understand why they were doing it. But I do think that it turned out pretty decent, to be honest. Don't know if this was someone else's character or mine though. We have another human OC. To be honest, if I redesigned this diva, she would probably fit into my current OC world perfectly, because it's like Nordic fantasy, and it looks like her name was Yggdrasil Björk, because she was based off of Yggdrasil, like the life tree. I remember her nickname was Iggy, which is really, really funny, because I have a current OC whose name is Igneous, like named after the rock, whose nickname is also Iggy. I do like the antlers and the horns. I feel like there's a lot going on in this design. I think she can be revived. I can fix her. Oh yes, now we have Springtrap, and I was so proud of this drawing because it was off the dome, if I remember correctly. I was drawing in school, and I was like, Oh, I just cooked with that. I cooked so hard that I uploaded it to FNAF Amino. Of course. I like made that extra border too. I still do that sometimes. If I like a drawing, I add like the little dot borders. I think that's fun. I was looking through the D&D monster book because I had just recently learned what Dungeons and Dragons was, and I was obsessed. I still love D&D. I don't currently have a campaign, but I was obsessed. So I wanted to like draw some of the characters or like the monsters from it. So this is the Knoll Sergeant, heavily furryified, but yeah, he is a furry, so I'm not wrong. Number 2, we have the medium fire elemental. That's actually really cute. I like that. I think he's cute. Look at him. He's got that little happy smile. And then we have burning skeleton, of course, doing the peace sign, as all burning skeletons should do. Number 4 is the large fire elemental, and of course, this was the era, right? We have to remember the context. When analyzing any work of art, you have to think of the context, right? This was the era where if you did this sign below your hip line, you could say, "Oop, got him," which I did daily, and people did to me daily. So of course, this evil fire elemental is doing got him, because what else would he be doing? Number 5, I labeled it as large hand thingy. I'm quite sure it has a name. I don't know why I didn't write the name, but you know what? At least I was attempting hand anatomy, because hands are tricky. Alright, now this brings us to sketchbook number 2. So this is the second half of my 6th grade year. It is horizontal on the cover, but it's vertical like in my drawing. So we're just gonna go this way and start off strong with Scales of Justice. This sketchbook did start out as a sketchbook that I used in my drawing class, if I remember correctly, and so some of these are assignments, I think, and I'm pretty sure this was an assignment. Like, I'm 99% sure that we had to like mix a concept with with like a creature and animals, so I made a lawyer. I kind of like the Scales of Justice thing being the wings. The concept's pretty nice. He's got the little lawyer shirt on, so you know he means business, even though he might look like he's off the clock, if you know what I mean. You can see there was a sketch underneath too. Moving on. Yes, this was definitely an assignment, and I remember this assignment. I remember thinking I cooked so hard because the assignment was, I think, to design like a mythological creature or something. Guys, I don't know, it's been like 8 years. I can't remember all my assignments from my entire academic career, my bad. I just remember which ones I like to think I cook on. And I thought I cooked on this guy, and honestly, it's not that bad. I don't know if I got that pose from somewhere or if I invented it. I have a feeling I referenced it, but again, I don't remember all my references from back then. We got some good design motifs going on though. I like the repetition in the tail and then how it comes back in the wings. Repetition is always nice in design. Never gonna say no to some good qualities there. Ooh, we have notes. This is a theme that goes on in many of my sketchbooks, is I also kind of use them as notebooks / journals sometimes because it's more convenient, to be honest. So I was learning proportion, scale, unity. Still learning those. You never stop learning, right? And then this one was a project where we had to combine 3 animals. And of course, I was the kid who read through the entire encyclopedia of mammals for fun in elementary school. So of course I was on that grind. So we had to combine 5 animals, 5, 5, 5 into different creatures here. So these are the gorgeous results. And then I think we had to like maybe choose 1 or 2 of them and like make it into a project. I don't remember all my homework from my entire academic career, but you can see based on the animals that were on here, I was in that dictionary lifestyle, okay? I was academic. And so this is the fruit of that labor. I don't know. Next page. I don't know what those notes are, so we're just gonna focus on this. And oh my goodness, guys, do you remember Tora from the last sketchbook? This is my diva again. This is Tora. I remember I made this comic, actually. I made it digitally, like I drew it on Procreate. This is one of the first times I ever used Procreate because I was still borrowing it from school, because at the time I had I don't know exactly what it was, but it was like an Android tablet. I haven't switched to Apple till recently, to be honest, but this is my first time trying Procreate. I was like, whoa, you can do that. Oh my god. It was one of my first concepts. I was heavily inspired by Tokyo Mew Mew at the time. Shout out to my goat. And if I remember correctly, Tora was like, this is like her origin story. So there's like a tiger in these bushes, and then she's like walking around and she's like, and then the bushes are rustling, they're going like, I don't know, and then it goes like, and it like claws across her face, like across her eyeball, and then the DNA from the fur like gets into the blood or something, and they like come together and like boom, and then she becomes like a magical tiger girl, and she's like, what happened? So to be continued, maybe. Let me know if you want to see it to be continued of Tora. Next page was, I was trying to remember FNAF anatomy off the dome. Not much to see here. Furry, of course, so I kind of started developing a little bit of a style. I didn't end up keeping this style, but I had it for a while with my furry drawings and like my animal drawings, where I had like these humongous eyes and then the little pupil dot. I still kind of do that, like the pupil dot thing with my eyes now, but they were like very specifically shaped and everything. Like I had a formula for them, so I could just like whip out a furry doodle and be like, yep, I'm the resident artist here, guys. Watch out. Next, oh my goodness, yes, so these, a little history, a little arty lore, arty history, okay? We're in Arty 101 if you haven't figured that out by now. These are Roller and Friends, so I don't think it goes into this here. We might see it in another sketchbook because I love them. We have Roller, Nor, Pia, and Mia, and I forgot these two names. These were like one of the first OCs I ever made. I actually made them in elementary school when I was camping because I wanted to design characters based off of like things I saw when I was camping. I guess we got like a raccoon and like a flaming marshmallow and like mountains and eggs, pine cones, forest fairy, all that kind of stuff. It was just like a fun thing, and so occasionally I'd redraw them. I haven't redrawn them, I think, since COVID, to be honest, so again, comment if you want to see OC redraws or redesigns, because I think these are technically historically my oldest OCs. But I was just having fun drawing them. Next page. Okay, I don't know what the days were. It was some sort of art prompt, but I don't really know what art prompt. That's up to you to decide, I suppose. But it was called Desk Job. So what did I draw? Five Nights at Freddy's. I'm sorry. I agree. I am responsible for my own death. Real. And then The Bite in 1987. I was cooking with all the details, and then we got Toy Chica. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. It was pretty good. I was practicing environments, you know? I still need to do that. This one, I was working on like my design skills, like my character designs and like human designs and stuff. So I think the prompts were based off of that, and I was getting into watercolor for a little bit. So this is my cactus girly. I wouldn't necessarily consider all these my OCs. They're more just designs, maybe along the lines of an adopt, because I never reused any of them. They were just for practice, but honestly, I don't mind it. I don't know. We have mermaid with a different tail. So we have a mermaid, I think, with like a fox tail, maybe. Yeah. We have your favorite food as a girl. My favorite food is steak. I know that hasn't changed since elementary school. So I was lying. I was a liar. But I probably just didn't want to draw steak as a human, which is fair. That is a little weird. So I made Neapolitan ice cream as a girl because that is my favorite ice cream flavor. It's very direct of a translation, I will say. It's very on the nose. I remember loving this girly so much. I never reused her, but I loved this design. I don't know if I had TikTok at the time because I kind of messed around with it in middle school. Don't go looking for it. You probably don't even know the handle, which is good. But this was your favorite soda as a person. Again, I was a liar and I wrote lemonade, which is not a soda. My favorite soda is Dr. Pepper, and it has been since I was like 2 years old and tried it camping. I was put on that early. So, but I think I just wanted to do like the difference between like pink lemonade and yellow lemonade, which I kind of like the straw in the hair. That's a cute touch. This was very much the era of space buns, if you are familiar with like that whole trend, and I loved that as a design choice. I ate that up. I don't remember if this was from a YouTube tutorial. I feel like it was, but again, I don't know who it's from. But this was my forest drawing. It says oof in the corner, but to be honest, it's not that bad. I think I said oof because I quote ruined it with the ink brush on top, but the like atmosphere is not bad at all. We have fish pants as the next design. We got a goldfish girly. She's very, very tiny, as you can tell. Again, I was not confident in my anatomy and human drawings, so I made them tiny. So again, please, I challenge you to make something big and fill a whole spread with something you don't want to draw, because it will help you. Next up is pot flower. So it seems like this wasn't a human design. I was just doing my own thing out here. And I made a flower, except instead of being in a flower pot, the pot was like the leaves, and then the flower was the bunch of pots stacked inside of each other. I don't hate it. It's kind of interesting. Next up, we have face. And wow, can we just applaud myself for how long I did this, whatever challenge this was? I am notorious for not finishing art challenges, so hats off to me. Yes. We got a cat girl. This is when I realized in order to practice my anatomy, I can still put human traits and like animal traits together. And so you see a lot of that. And also, I was that kid in middle school who wore cat ears consistently every single day until COVID. So it checks out. I also wore galaxy pants. Okay, guys. There's a reason I'm an art major, okay? 6 out of 100 is angry. And it says hashtag do the dishes. I guess I did not want to do the dishes that day. I wasn't feeling it. I wasn't feeling the chore list, so that's angry. Anatomy is not that bad. It's starting to get a little less squished. I remember loving this one so much, and to be honest, I still do. Peak character design. WRD moment. Probably one of my favorite drawings in this sketchbook, but I no longer label them that way. So this one was tree, and I love the hair because it forms the silhouette of a pine tree. How smart is that? And then the body is like the stick. I think that's pretty peak. If I was redesigning her now, I would make the hair go all the way down to here, because I think I was a little scared of like having like excessive like character design traits. Like I wanted to keep it slightly within reason, which within reason with that is debatable, but I wanted it to be like, you know, kind of feasible. I didn't realize the power of shape language yet, but I think if I were to redesign her, which again, let me know, I would definitely like change the silhouette so she looks more like a tree. But overall, I really like it. And you can see there's actually a bird, like a nest in her hair, like her hair's a bird's nest. That's funny. Next up is mini car. Honestly, not bad. It's good scale. I like it. Oh, yes. Yes. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to become a demon. My bad, guys. We have Tora Shy. Yeah, my diva. And we have her like more sophisticated of a design. And sophisticated of a design for me for this era was pretty much a fully formed human of some sort. There's definitely a lot of things that could be changed, but for where I was, it's not bad. And I remember being super proud of it too. And she's one of my first OCs. How can I hate on one of the OGs? The whole thing with Tora, with her, because do you remember from the comic, right? Like, you remember in the comic how the tiger like slimed her eye, like it slashed her eye. So she has this one piece of hair that goes in front of that eye that was slashed because somehow that eye turned like black and had a white pupil. Totally not inspired by Five Nights at Freddy's. Like I said, FNAF fan over here. But she would have the hair covering that eye, so no one saw her edgy emo eye. And now, we are at the beginning of an era that lasts a while. Fan art time. So in 6th grade, I started watching anime more frequently, and the first anime that I would consider truly obsessed with that's not like Pokemon or something that has like a franchise is My Hero Academia. Because this was like the peak of the MHA fandom, right? Like the MHA Amino was going on. There was all the meetups at conventions. By the way, funny fact, if you know this one like kind of controversial video at C2E2 where there was a bunch of My Hero Academia cosplayers singing that one Todoroki song. This is elite ball knowledge, by the way, but if you know it, if you're a knower, I may or may not have been one of those cosplayers. Perhaps. Allegedly. Anyways, this is Denki Kaminari, one of my favorite characters at the time. The only thing I still have of him, I don't really associate myself with the My Hero Academia fandom anymore. I haven't in a long time, but I do still have this figurine of Denki because my friend, my goat, Mikey, got it for me, and he got it when he was somewhere else, and I was like, whoa. That's like crazy. Like, I basically got a souvenir of Denki Kaminari. What are we talking about, guys? This is elite. And I don't know. I like to keep things that people give to me usually. So we still have this relic from the past. This proof of history or something. But yeah, we're gonna see him a lot. Next up, we have the Fire Penguin. I don't know if this was just like off the dome or what, but I kind of like it. I like how I added the blue in there. It's always a nice touch. Okay, like I said, more My Hero Academia. We have... I can't believe this is gonna come out of my mouth in the year 2025. But we have Jiro Uwu. As in Uwu? Uwu? As in, you know, the furry thing. And so, of course, we have furry Jiro. Moving on, because I would like to move on. We have a sketch of an umbrella girl. Okay. We have Izuku Midoriya. I'm gonna be the world's #1 greatest hero. Oh wow, All Might. I'm gonna be just like you. Yep, we have him. But okay, I think I drew a bunch of my hero characters here. Yeah, so we start off with Deku. We go on to Ayama, and I remember like raging at this drawing because I loved the anatomy, and honestly, it's not that bad. It's pretty good. I mean, yes, it was heavily referenced, but it's not that bad. But my ink pen exploded, and I was like on the last details of his face, and I was like, no, the world is ending! And so I moved on, and I drew Mina. I love Mina's design, to be honest. I like all the little aliens. They're fun. Then we have Tsuyu Asui. Kiddo. Yes, I was in this fandom for a long time. Okay, and then we move on. This is not a My Hero character. This is an OC, I believe, or just a design. Just a design, really. I was trying to make a human version of a Venus flytrap. I was about to say Chomper Plant from Animal Jam, and I caught myself. Venus flytrap. Venus flytrap. That's the real one. Yes, sir. And so I kind of like it. I don't know, she's creepy. I might want to redesign that too. Man, I didn't realize how many things I have to redesign. New Vaughn lore, elite ball knowledge. Next up, we have this very, I don't know, Hallmark, maybe, art store looking drawing. I was testing out mandalas and watercolors. I think this was off the dome, maybe. I don't know. I was into the aesthetic whole bullet journal situation back then, so who knows. Not bad. Not my style, though. This one, I remember experimenting too, because I saw a video where if you put watercolors, like if you drench the paper in water, then it'll like blend. And so what did I interpret that as? Putting the paper literally under the sink. Not like putting a wash of water. No. Putting it under the faucet. That's what we were doing. We were cooking in the kitchen. So, yeah, it's experimental. And is this the end? Oh, no, it is not. Okay, so it seems like there's only one page left in this sketchbook that I filled out. So complete is a little bit of an overstatement. But again, we have Tora, and this time I had gone, and I know this for a fact because I can tell by the accessories that I used, I had gone in and redesigned her in Gacha Life. So this is the Gacha version of Tora. And I know this because of this weird like triple ball leaf thing. I've never seen that accessory anywhere else in the whole world except for Gacha Life. So that's my evidence. I learned the trick of hiding hands behind the back if you don't want to draw them, which is not a trick and you should not really do if you're wanting to learn how to draw art. I know a lot of people do it. It's a canon event, but I wouldn't suggest it because it's just hindering you. You're learning a whole lot. It's a lot of overloaded information. I get that. Wouldn't you rather progress at a steady pace and not be like still struggling to draw hands while you can render the rest of your thing as the Mona Lisa? I would think so. Anyways, on to the next sketchbook. Okay, I am super excited about this one because I think we start seeing evidence of my modern day OCs in here. I'm so excited. So this one is also, I believe, 6th grade. There's a chance that it's the summer between 6th and 7th grade, but I'm pretty sure it's also the end of 6th grade sketchbook. Tora! Yes! So now we have character bios. We have information. We're not in the dark anymore. We're not in the dark ages of the OCs. So we have name, Tora Shy. Animal, Tasmanian tiger. She is 14. Personality, she is a very shy introvert and prefers to work alone. A little dry, but you know what? We're starting to think about it, you know? And we're starting to like incorporate those design choices into like the personalities and stuff. So W. And then Tora was part of a story. And I mean, I made them in Gacha, I believe. I might have some screenshots. Feast your eyes. So here's Tora again. This was definitely off the dome. Off the dome, and the dome is the elephant's foot. But you know what? We're getting there, right? Like, we're starting to draw OCs. I think this is a significant shift too in my like artistic journey where I started to show interest in drawing my own characters because that's kind of like a defining thing for me. I would consider myself primarily an OC artist nowadays. So next up, some painfully tiny sketches. Again, you could tell I was not confident of Tora and this girl. We're gonna meet her in a second. I think her name is Birubi. I'm trying to pronounce it correctly. I'm so sorry. Because I had a habit of giving Japanese names to my OCs because I was an anime kid. Of course I gave them Japanese names, even though I pretty much can only read hiragana and katakana. Like, I don't And by read, I mean I can read the letters. I can't read the words. Don't even test me with kanji. But we have Birubi Hiretsuna, and she is a lesser bilby. So I'm assuming this is just some form of translation of that, because Google Translate was my bestie. She is also 14. Her personality: short-tempered, aggressive, bully, determined, and tactful. Wow, okay, random word generator, I see you. Honestly, I like the sass in her pose, you know? I guess maybe she's not a bunny, but more like a marsupial based on the tail. I don't really remember what a lesser bilby looks like, to be honest. But I don't mind it. Because yes. Oh, wait, I'm cooking. I just remembered a key detail about these guys, y'all. I don't know if I ever wrote it down, but the lore is coming back to me as I go through this. Okay, so the lore was that these characters that got transformed into animals, the animals that they were getting transformed into were all endangered species. So this is like endangered species magical girls, because they're trying to like restore them with their powers or something. I never developed the narrative that fully, but I just remember the reason these characters are so niche, like the animals, is because they're like supposed to be like they're endangered. So here's Birubi. A little bit interesting anatomy going on here. I don't think I've ever drawn her again, like, after this era. I don't think I ever went back. You guys! Okay. If you don't know why I'm so excited, and you're, like, new here, and you're like, what? What is this girl yapping about? This is Naomi. Everyone meet Naomi. Her name now is Naomi Dubois. And she is one of my main OCs. Like, I draw her a lot. She's one of the main ones. I think she's, like, one of the characters, like, on my first page, like, on my Unveil account or something. I love Naomi. I would consider her one of my, like, main 4 or 5 OCs. So this is the first ever time we see her. Yay! My diva! This is nowhere near what she looks like. But I guess it is time to yap about my ancient OCs, because that's why you're watching this video, is to listen to me yap while we go through these artifacts. So buckle up for this ride, because this story is called Burn the Stars, and that name was definitely taken from the animation meme song, because I was very into the animation meme community. But the narrative as it was in middle school, because I completely overhauled this and you'll see it later. The narrative for Burn the Stars was that basically there were these 2 girls, Ray and Naomi. Pix Ray, I think, was her name back then. Naomi was like this girl who lived on a planet that was like at war, and it was like kind of like an impoverished planet and everything, and people had to, I don't know, be resourceful and stuff to get around. And Naomi had heard about like rumors that her planet was going to be under attack, and this is a world where you could kind of travel between planets. They weren't too far, and spaceships were relatively advanced. So she was planning on making preparations to leave whatever planet this was. I don't remember a lot of this, because the last time I had this version of the canon narrative was in 8th grade. So it's had about 4 or 5 years of a whole different story. But anyways, Naomi goes, like, I don't know, out looking for scraps or something, because she wants to build her own spaceship and try and get out of here, because she was an inventor. And while she's out looking for, like, stuff for a spaceship, conveniently, a very sophisticated spaceship crashes nearby, like, the site that she's digging through. And she's like, oh, shoot, perfect! So she goes over to it, and out of the spaceship, and of course she isn't thinking, is anyone in here okay? She's more like, look at these scraps, I can finally get off this planet before it all goes to crap. So she goes over there, and this girl, she kind of looks like, I don't know, an alien or something. She had blue and pink or purple hair in a gradient. So Ray comes off this ship. Her name is Rachel Ray, Pix Ray at the time, because that was some random name generator. And Ray gets off the ship, and she acts like she has amnesia, right? Like she's like, what, who, what, where, when, why, how, type shit. And Naomi's like, sees her, and she's like, hey, do you like know who you are? Like, does this ship still function? Not, are you okay? Did that crash hurt? No. Does this ship still function? And Ray's like, I genuinely don't know, and if it does, I don't know how to fly it, man. I don't remember nothing. So Naomi is all like, okay, well, we can probably figure it out, right? So she goes on the ship and kind of like looks around while Ray, I guess, is recovering from this crash. And she finds some interesting things in the ship. She finds stuff like pictures and like documents stating that Ray, this girl, is actually like a princess of like a kingdom in like a different like planet. And she's like, oh my god, no way, you guys. So eventually Naomi figures out how, like, the bare bone functions. It takes a while. It gets crashed again, but she figures out the bare bone functions of this spaceship, and Ray is like warming up to her and stuff. So I'm gonna flip to the next page. So this is Naomi's space design, because of course she had wings. And when they figure out how to fly the ship, they basically take off. They get out of here because Ray doesn't want to be on a warring planet either. She doesn't really remember herself, but she remembers enough to know that she doesn't want to be on this planet. and they kind of get to know each other. You know, they get to know each other kind of well. I don't know. Something goes on. They spend a lot of time on that ship together. I don't know. And then the narrative gets messy, because Ray suggests a place for Naomi to go, and Naomi takes her up on it, and they go to this planet. Now, on this planet, it's ruled by this dude who's named Krix. Krix. You'll meet him again later. And Krix, he's basically like Thanos in this story. Like, I don't remember exactly what the whole deal was, but I remember that he was corresponding heavily with Ray. And Naomi, she had like some skills and stuff from her planet that they couldn't find in like any other planet. So it turns out this whole time Ray had been pretending she had amnesia. She was pretending that she didn't know who she knew exactly what she was doing, and she pretended she had amnesia and guided Naomi right into Krix's trap. And that's where I ended Burn the Stars. So that was a mouthful. And they have had a lot of development since then, and that is not at all the narrative. You'll hear the new narrative later. But this is Ray's first design. It picks Ray. She's so ew. And again, with that triple ball flower hair accessory thing, that's how I know that the design from earlier was from Gotcha. So yeah, this is our first look at our diva Ray. Her name now is Rachel Annesley. And okay, let's address the Krix situation. This is Krix's original design. Now, addressing the Krix allegations, there are no allegations, but I want to squash them before there are. When I was younger, I did not know how to draw people of color at all, and I always wanted Krix to be like a POC. But I didn't know how to do it, so for some time, he went through a bunch of design changes that I ended up getting to one that I really like. The one you see here is his current design, and I love it. But he went through many design changes that were pretty much just reskinning like some white dude to have like a different skin color. So that's the Krix situation. It was never ill intentions. I genuinely didn't know how to draw different hair textures and colors, and through practice, a lot of practice in high school mostly, when I was learning about like all the different diverse styles and stuff that I could do, I eventually got somewhere that I liked, but it took a while. So this is Craig's. Next page. Okay, it looks like we have a silly, I don't know who this is. I think this is maybe the only time I drew them, but it says, "What have I created?" And it says, what? I don't know, I kind of like it. The shapes are cute. It reminds me of Roller a little bit. No clue what it's supposed to be, but it's silly. Oh, and here we go. Back with the My Hero Academia again. We have, I'm just gonna bring this out every time I see him. Denki mention. Yep. And that was Villain Denki because I was heavy into that theory at the time. Yes. And then here we have a girl. I think I was trying to make like pride flags as people or something, so she's bi. I don't know if I ever made any other ones in that series. I guess I just did the bi flag. There you go. This was definitely heavily referenced. I basically copied. I know it wasn't traced because I didn't trace on paper. I hadn't tried to trace since elementary school pretty much because I would literally tape paper onto the computer monitor and trace it over that way. But at this point, this is definitely heavily referenced. I unfortunately don't know the artist, but you can see it's starting to get into that like aesthetic vibe. I was totally just testing out different styles here. Yeah, I was testing out different art styles. You can see it on this side as well, which again is totally fine for when you're learning, as long as you don't claim it as your own. Again, also with the space buttons. So it looks like we have more tests. I don't know. Ooh, okay. Alright, we're gonna start with this page and then work our way backwards. So here, if you remember her from the last sketchbook, we have Iggy, or Yggdrasil again. She always kept this design, but I did draw her multiple times. I did like her. So I think of all my characters, she'd be the one I would go to redesign first because she was my diva for a while. And then next up, my probably one day sticky note phase, because Mikey drew in his sketchbook with sticky notes, so of course I had to as well. And covered that. I don't remember if this was supposed to be Naomi, like in a fantasy AU or something. It's definitely got that Wizard 101 Prodigy type vibes going on there, with of course the gotcha outfits. I'm pretty sure it was Naomi as an AU. But as you can see, again, I'm practicing the humans a lot. I started to realize that there was something I could do. Now we have Katsuki Bakugo. And this is, I don't remember, to be honest, what the AU was, but I know this was a hugely popular AU on Amino. Like, this was like basically a canon fan design, so I was just drawing the fan design. And now we have some calligraphy practice because, as I said before, I was like into the bullet journal stuff. And with bullet journaling, if you don't know what that is, it's just like aesthetic notebook writing, basically aesthetic journaling. There's all these fancy fonts and markers and consumerism, and I was young and impressionable, so of course I went and I did all the fonts and I did all the things. So this was like my practice. So here's Christmas. I don't want love for Christmas. There is just one thing I need, and I don't care about the presents. Anyways, shoes. Okay, I don't know what this is. Okay, there is an egg eating contest at Jar, I think that says. I'm entering. I don't ever remember entering an egg eating contest, you guys. I've done a lot of weird things in my life, but I'm not sure an egg eating contest was one of them. Unless it was like some middle school lunchroom thing, in which case very possible, because by the way, I was also the kid who dipped her Bosco sticks in strawberry milk and called it a delicacy. That might also be a testament to how bad the school lunch was. I don't know. Oh boy. Okay. I remember being really proud of this one for the rendering. And the rendering is pretty good. I was trying out some new anatomy and designs and stuff. I don't really remember much about this drawing. I don't remember if it was supposed to be like maybe Circus Baby from FNAF or something, or probably inspired by her, to be honest, but I remember liking it at the time. Looking back though, it is very elongated, but that's okay. We have some eyes here. I do like these. These are cute. They're rendered nicely. I like the gradient. I don't know. No notes. 10 out of 10. And then, oh, okay, it's not the end of the sketchbook. Hold on. There's like 2 pages. Okay, yes. So, yeah. Okay, so I think this was near COVID, but I was drawing one of my friend's like favorite anime characters. So I drew Hisoka and Bon from that one, from Seven Deadly Sins, and then Kakashi. And then Kite from Hunter x Hunter, Gyu from Demon Slayer, and Dr. Stein, I believe, from Soul Eater. So, and then I think I stopped drawing in this sketchbook. Alrighty, it's time for the next sketchbook, and this sketchbook I remember I think was like a Christmas present from Mikey, so this is chronological. Some of the ones in middle school might be slightly out of order just because I have a horrible memory from all of middle school, to be honest. But moving on. Okay, we have to start with the preface in here before we get into this. So, this book belongs to Zoe / Llama / Steak / Denki / George Washington / Nezu / Pikachu / washi tape / Swedish fish. No Steelies. Oh my goodness, is that a relic? Those were all my nicknames. Those were all of them. I collected every single name and put it in there. Yep. So that is a very specific point in time when I had collected all those nicknames. Yeah. So, bringing back the figure. Guess who's here on page number 1? Denki. This is definitely copied. A lot of these, to be honest, probably a majority of these are copied from fan arts from Pinterest, because I was trying to find my art style and I just wanted to draw like My Hero Academia art. So, yes. We have this page, which is the Pikachu AU of Denki. And for whatever reason, I on the bottom of the page, I wanted to date when I drew these. So this is April 2nd, 2019. I was apparently 12 years old. So now we have a timeline established, right? I was 12. This was the year before COVID. A wonderful time in my life. And there we go. What else can you want except to look into 12-year-old me's mind? Here we have a drawing of Denki. This is actually really good. I know this was copied, but we got some perspective. Okay, yes, get it. And then we have a note from one of my friends in there. Here we have a drawing of Bakugo. I was going to draw Deku, but I gave up. But you can tell by the sketch it was going to be Deku. This is Nezu. He's the principal. I wrote Sister T because this was the era of Visco girls and like scrunchies. It was that time. So of course Sister T was like trending, you know, like drop the T sis, spill the T sis type thing. So yep, we have that. It's very of an era. Now we have, I don't know why I drew this, but it's an avocado squirrel. This was definitely, I think, an original, because I don't know who else would draw that concept. I could be wrong, correct me if I'm wrong if you've seen this guy before. But this is avocado squirrel. Next page, oh yes, okay, so we have some hands up here, good job. We have an anatomy practice here. I know this was from a YouTube tutorial. I can vividly like see it in my mind. I don't know whose tutorial it was, so I don't really know what to search exactly, but I know it was a YouTube tutorial, and I was starting to actually take art seriously here, which is a good shift, because kind of before, I would say, like, the spring of 6th grade, I was just drawing art for fun, or for the sake of art. And then I went to this convention called C2E2, which is in Chicago every year. I've gone every year since then, but I won't be able to go this year because of Vienna, but it's really sad. But anyways, I went to C2E2, and I got introduced to the life of artist alleys, and that changed me fundamentally, you guys. Oh my goodness. Because I was like, you can draw for money, and you can draw things that are fun to draw? No way. So I went to the artist alleys, and I was hitting up all these artists in my little 12-year-old mind, and I was like, y'all, tell me how to do this, because this is what I'm gonna do. And by the time I was 15, I was doing it. I love artist alleys, guys. You can find me at them in most Midwest artist alleys. I'm hoping to branch out soon, but that tangent aside, the artist alleys fundamentally changed me, because I was like, oh my goodness, this is a career option. I need to lock in. So of course there's going to be a ton of like miscellaneous silly doodles, but you're going to see a shift in kind of how I approach art sometimes, and there'll be some pages where I'm locking in, because I'm like, I gotta be in the artist alley. You gotta put me on that. Get me in there. So, and then we go to, this was a recess doodle because we were doing My Hero Academia roleplay at recess. Yes, that was a thing. Yes, I was Denki. Moving on. Looks like we have a little anatomy. I was trying to remember from the guides. Wasn't quite there, but it's a lot better than the last sketchbook. It's a lot better. On this page, we have a drawing. I'm a little confused by this, because I could have sworn I colored that in, but I suppose not. I think it was an OC. I don't really know who. TBH, I don't know who it was, but... And then on this page was some of my dad's drawings. He was doodling. Oh boy, oh boy. Guys, can we consider this the first Rayomi art? Ray X Naomi? Is this the first Rayomi ship art? Or they're like... raised like evilly. Oh my goodness. Okay, Rayomi alert. Rayomi, everyone stay normal. Everyone stay I'm the only one freaking out about this. Everyone stay normal. Rayomi is here, and it is staying, and it is staying consistently. Okay, Rayomi is never going away, not unless I go away. Looks like we have a ink sketch here. I was definitely playing around, and I was experimenting, with many exceptions, of course, but I was starting to more experiment on like trying things out on my own, like trying to draw without tutorials, which on one hand is good. In retrospective though, I do kind of wish I did use more tutorials and such, because sometimes I think I was a little too stubborn and prideful, but that's one of my defining traits. What am I supposed to do? Let me move these guys again. And for the next page, oh my goodness! Yay! Okay. Breaking news for the Rayomi fandom. All two of us. This is the first page I drew, the comic page for Burn the Stars, the plot I was explaining before. For some reason, I wrote this in Japanese, and genuinely I don't know what it says, but it looks like we have Naomi, who, like I said, was in the field, and she's like, ah! Because there's a crash, and this ship looks like it has a booty. Oh, okay, we're reading it this direction like a manga. Okay, so there's the ship, and it's like crashing, and Naomi's running away, and she like falls on the ground, and she goes, oof! Because I was playing Roblox, and the only noise I knew for pain was oof. And then we have Ray down here. I don't know why her hair is long in this one, actually. That's interesting. It stays that way in the future. But that's Ray because you can tell by the 3 dots. And, yeah, that's the first page of Bird in the Stars, the original Rayomi narrative when it was Doom Fury. On this page, we have like this ant chimera dude. I think he's from Hunter x Hunter, if I remember correctly. Maybe not, but I think he is. Chimera ant. I like it. I mean, I know it was heavily referenced, but I like it. Here we go. This was definitely Hunter x Hunter era because I'm pretty sure that's that one cat girl, and I think that's Killua. We got some furries. You could tell in this time I was really into the brush pens, like the inking ones. Those are fun. So I played around with that a bit. Oh yes, this one is actually really cool. This is so tough, guys. TS so tough. I think this was an Inktober prompt, if I remember correctly, for like anglerfish or lanternfish or deep sea creature, something like that. And I like it. I think he looks pretty good. That's a good looking fish. I don't know if that was off the dome, but that's a pretty cool fish. I like him. And then I think I turned him into a human here. I'm not gonna lie, I like the fish better, but it's not bad. We're starting to get some like line art tricks going. They're getting like hatching and values and all that. So okay. Yeah, okay, so I was trying to draw Gon from Hunter x Hunter. Gon, I don't know. But I was using these markers and I didn't know how to color skin or none of that yet. The coloring was the next phase of learning. And it took a while. It pretty much took till I mainly did digital, to be honest. Sometimes my coloring still doesn't look good in sketchbooks because I'm a primarily digital artist. And traditional is admittedly very different. So I was drawing Gon. I don't know who that is. Scribbled her out. I don't know who that is, but you could tell this was the era of flexing rendering by finger blending, because in middle school, the highest form of art and the highest flex you can give is, can you blend with your finger? If you can blend with your finger, you're basically like in the Artist Hall of Fame. So that's what we were doing. I would personally not recommend it for too much. I would only use it for blush and like softer areas because a lot of rendering is sometimes harder shapes, which sometimes I still don't do in my work today because of my bad habits. But over here, we've got some Japanese practice because for a few days I wanted to learn Japanese, so I spent all my time on that. I have a whole separate notebook full of all those practices, and then I kind of like never practiced it again, but I was just writing out the characters here. I was just practicing them. I do like this drawing a lot. I don't know what character this is, but this is cute. I would assume it's from Amino. I would assume it's someone's Amino OC in like a dinosaur suit. I like the rendering. The anatomy's pretty good. 10 out of 10. Okay, you can see this next one was dripped out. I had just learned how to make stickers. So I made Denki stickers. Oh, Denki mentioned and we're not even on the first page. That's crazy. And I have a little quote from him. We've only barely started socializing and already you've made it clear to us the unpleasantness of your steam turd of a personality. I don't know if he says that in the anime, but he said it in the manga for sure, and I thought that was really funny. Okay. Yay! Yeah. Okay. Starting off with my goats. Guys, we have Ray, Naomi, Ruby, and Tarian. Ruby and Tarian also got an update. I love their new designs as well. They're much more minor characters now, but these were the Burn the Stars versions, and I love these divas. I have all 4 of them today. This was AFK Arena. I was really into AFK Arena for about a week and a half. It was a very short-lived hyperfixation, but it was very hyper and fixated. And I loved the character designs and the art style, so I wanted to draw them. Sidetracking a little bit to this page, I drew some Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. This is the 15th of August 2019. So this was right before the year that started it all. This was 7th grade. This was like the beginning of 7th grade. Actually, the summer, probably like a week or two before school. And then I would assume the rest of the sketchbook just goes through part of 7th grade. So we have a little furry here that's going yeet, because that was the time. This was my signature at the time too. I still kind of use a form of it. Actually, let me just write it. Let me live demo my regular signature. This is not my like RD signature, but my normal signature, like when I'm signing official stuff. Oh my god, no, the pen is dead. No. Come back. Come back. Please. There we go. Okay. It's like that, which is pretty cute. You can see the evolution. I like it. Or alternatively, like this is like my fun signature. Alternatively, we have that one. So choose whichever you wish. Not that you're going to be forging my signature. You better not be forging my signature, because I don't want to see any tracing or copying from me. Anyways, this is another AFK Arena girly. I loved the fits. Now, I kind of took that style and I tried to apply it to FNAF. So this is, I think, a regular Bonnie. I think it's as a girl. I think she's a girl here. Another furry. As you can see, like I was saying way before, if you remember, I had like a specific furry eye art style. They were like big in like cubes almost. So we see that again. Oh my gosh, yay, Stranger Things mention! I crossed it out because it was a very ambitious drawing that I was referencing from and I ended up not liking it. But yay, Stranger Things! Again, with the ambitious drawings, which I am very happy to see because this is a big sketchbook and although these drawings are tiny, they are getting bigger, which is hopeful. I have hope for the future. And I was starting to draw my hero characters. I didn't want to finish coloring it, but it's not bad. I know it was copied from a poster, but it's not bad. I traced my hand and drew funny faces on it because what else is a middle school supposed to do? Middle schooler. On this page, it looks like we have creatures. This looks like a form of Kirby and King Dedede, perhaps. I don't remember for certain, but that's my best guess. We have a creature I invented here. Don't know who that is. We have... Okay, yes, so context. I was reading like books to my little brother, and I think we were reading like that one where it's like the evil rabbit and like the carrots or I don't know. Banicula. Yeah, this is my Banicula fan art. With an evil sun in the corner. As you can tell, I was very unhinged and very energetic, we will say. Here, oh my goodness, this is Scoops. This is my FNAF X Stranger Things character. Crazy mashup, by the way, FNAF X Stranger Things. But it's like an animatronic that would be in Scoops Ahoy, like that ice cream restaurant. Which I think is actually a super cute concept. Yeah, I made Scoops in Roblox because there's this Roblox Five Nights at Freddy's game. FNAF roleplay, not the paper one, but there's like a 3D one, and you could like build your OCs in the OC factory. And I was in the OC factory on a 9-to-5 job, guys. I was clocked in. This is Conian. Conian was also an OC. Haven't drawn him pretty much since. Actually, I did draw him in my religious ed notebook. I don't know if I have that, but I think I might have thrown it away. But that was really funny because I was just writing all this stuff about, oh my goodness, it's the Bible. And then on the other page is just like this demon cat thing. That was a time in my life. Okay, this was for, yes. Definitely proof it was in the 7th grade era. We were taking a science class, obviously, and I was really bored because I already knew what we were going over in said science class. So I was a tryhard, and on our assignment we were just supposed to like draw like a diagram of the solar system. So I was like, well, here you go. It's basically to scale. Have fun. That was interesting. I got new markers here, so of course I swatched them. And I drew a rainbow. And I tried gradients. Love to see me trying things. And then over here with colored pencil, I was drawing a character. I don't know if that was an OC or who that was, but I was drawing. Okay, now we have Shinso, who is from My Hero Academia. He was also one of my favorite characters. And I drew Shinso in a fantasy AU, I believe, which was heavily inspired by Amino, as most things in my life were at that time. Okay, next is my friends in Halloween costumes and I wanted to draw their elementary school selves in their Halloween costumes because I thought the photo was silly. I don't know. So shout out to them. I'm so sorry if you guys are watching this. And here's some more like pen tests. We have Denki and Pikachu. This was off the dome by now because I had been drawing him a lot digitally. So I was starting to like develop a little bit of a style of like how to draw people. Like at this point I could start drawing them off the dome. Not saying it was perfect, but I was relying less and less on references. And okay, this is really of an era. I am unfortunately going to have to sing this for you so I don't get copyright struck. But this was a storyboard for an animatic that I never made with, I'm assuming, Villain Denki. Yes, with Villain Denki. And it was to the song Blood Water, which I forgot. I think it was by Suburban, maybe. I don't know. I can't remember for sure. But it was a huge deal in the animation meme community. It's like, we'll never get free, lamb to the slaughter. What you gonna do when there's blood in the water? That one. I don't know what order I was going. Look me in my eyes, tell me everything's not fine, or the people in therapy. And the river has, or the people ain't happy, and the river has run dry, but the system is done for. Y'all, I don't know what order this is. I can't, I'm just, I haven't listened to this song in years. I am sorry. I'm sorry for your ears. They may be bleeding, but we're gonna get through this together. I'm gonna hold your hand. Hold my hand. We're gonna finish this strong. If you listen closely, there's a knock at your front door. We'll never get free, lamb to the slaughter. What you gonna do when there's blood in the water? The price of your greed is your son and your daughter. What you gonna do when there's blood in the blood in the water? Yeah, something like that. Yeah, anyways, moving on. Oh my goodness, I love this guy. I'm not gonna lie, I forgot his name. But I think he's Excalibur, right? Maybe? From Soul Eater. He's really silly. And as you can see, I was Soul Eater pilled, and I was so proud of this spread, and honestly, I still am proud of this spread. You can see by the signature, I was starting to go by Galaxy online. Galaxy Gotcha. That was a time. But this is a spread of Maka and Soul, and I really like it. Like, it was basically heavily referenced from the anime and manga, but the composition was completely my own, and I was so proud of it, and I should be, because this, honestly, this holds up. This is so tough. I love it. Beautiful composition, 10 out of 10. And then on the next page, I wanted to draw more Soul Eater characters, but I realized I had peaked with Maka and gave up. And then, oh boy, we have more Ray, Naomi, and Crix. I am so sorry, Crix. What did I do to you? I'm sorry. Yeah, there's Ray, Naomi, and Crix. You could tell which one was my favorite. Alright, now we are moving on to the next sketchbook. So, with this one, I believe this is still 6th grade or beginning of 7th grade. Correct me if I'm wrong. And we are starting off with a little furry. Oh yes. Okay. As you know, I'm a memer. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I just said that in 2025. But yeah, I drew memes. I still draw memes. That's kind of a thing that I do because it's funny. So here at the time is Playboy Handsome Squidward, and I remember drawing this, I believe, when I was taking a test, because usually the most cursed of my art comes when I'm taking a test, because that's how I work. So that's the most likely case for him. And then on this side we have a character called Pro Villain No You. And by Pro Villain, this probably was like a My Hero Academia type character, but her name was No You because at the time the whole like Uno reverse card thing was trending, where it's like no you, you know. And so I was like, haha, that'd be so funny if there was like a character who was based off of an Uno reverse card and her quirk or superpower was reversing things. So her name is No You. Honestly kind of funny for the time. Oh, here's calculations. This I was calculating based off of my digital art files how much time I had spent drawing. I don't know exactly if this is chronological with my sketchbook or if I just needed this as a piece of paper later on, because my handwriting seems fairly neat for middle school. I don't know, but I was calculating to see like how much time of my life that was tracked digitally, like through Procreate and everything, was spent on art, and I came out to 95 hours, which is rookie numbers now. I spend like at least 24 hours a week drawing, so yeah. On this page we have a horsey. That's honestly pretty good. I think I was following one of those book tutorials where it's like how to draw animals, and then it's like 2 circles and then fully rendered and like mogging and magnificent and all that. But not bad. I think I drew that for my social studies teacher. Okay, here we have another character design. You could see I was starting to try and figure out how to color traditionally. I'm still trying to figure that out, but not horrible. You know, I'm starting to design things off the dome more, and again, that's great. What does the signature say? Oh, it says llama. Okay. Yeah, so I kind of, for a long time before I was Art.ificer or Artie, my main thing was being a llama or galaxy because I had an obsession with llamas. Literally, it was my whole personality. Like, my entire bedroom was llama themed. I don't know why. Genuinely, I don't know what started it. It just started one day, and then that was my personality trait for like multiple years on it. I literally had like a whole llama statue, like Christmas light thing in my room. Yeah, it was an era. So that was what I went by, and then I also went by Galaxy with 2 eyes because Galaxy Gotcha was kind of my Gotcha life pseudonym, and also like my main username for like Amino and all that. So okay, we have another design. Like I said, space funds, they're a trend for a while in my characters. And her shirt says, "Give me space," so you can tell again the galaxy influence. I'm not sure actually if I designed her in Gotcha or if I actually just drew them. Like, I don't know for either of these characters, but I'm just glad to see like that I'm working on my own stuff, you know? Here's another one. This one's also pretty cute. Again with the space buns though. Like I said, they don't go away. Like, once I caught onto that as like a design trend, I did not let it go. I feel like currently that trend for me is like certain styles of bangs. Like, I just automatically default to like a couple. I don't know. Here's Zoe in like Zentangles, and I don't really know what's going on in here. Is that Duolingo? Is that Owl Duolingo? I fear it might be. Yeah, probably. Oh, Mikey OC. I don't know what this character was. I just remember he sketched it and I wanted to color it because one of my favorite things is coloring people's sketches in line art. That still holds up. If you have something you want me to color, I don't know, I might do it. Super cute. Okay, so this was the 8th of July 2019. So it looks like I was working on 2 sketchbooks around the same time. Like the last one was in August, but I'm pretty sure this one lasts longer than the last one. Yeah, it definitely does. So I don't know. I have a very interesting mind, and my mind likes to do things in its own way. And so its own way means having multiple sketchbooks at the same time. What can you do? So this is a really, really cute dragon. I remember like flexing this to every single person in the entire universe because I drew this with an ink pen that I had just gotten. And I absolutely loved like the tail and everything. And honestly, it kind of holds up. The wings maybe not so much, but the rest of it is still real cute. So I like it. Over here, looks like we have some kind of unicorn girly. You can tell I was very influenced by Animal Jam with the geometry of the wings and the horn. And we have a wolf howling at the moon, except it says yeet because it's 6th grade. And what else are you supposed to do? Or no, my bad, 7th grade now. Unican. That's kind of funny. It's a unicorn toucan. Again, you can tell my Animal Jam influence with the geometry, and I think that influence still kind of holds through. I don't really draw animals that much anymore. Like, I draw furry commissions and all that, but I can still see the geometry within my art that is highly reflective of Animal Jam, even if it's like hard to tell like from an outside perspective. Like I see the pipeline. I see the exact pipeline. And I think it'd be interesting to do like an art style dissection video too. That'd be kind of fun. Then we have like this little, I think it's like a platypus maybe. Quack quack. Because I was into camp at the time. Over here, looks like we have 2 more girlies. They say ooh ooh, okay. I think they were trying to be OCs. I don't know. I really don't know the origins. This might be a form of Naomi, perhaps. But it doesn't seem to have some of her characteristics, so I can't say that fully. I don't know. Oh yes, this guy. So I was doing a digital art piece. I'm 99.999% sure this was for Amino, of someone's OC, and I wanted to sketch it first because I'd recently watched YouTube videos saying like, oh, if you sketch in your sketchbook and then you take a photo, you can trace it digitally. Which, to be honest, that method works for some people, but I've learned that it doesn't work for me. Like, I don't like to mix the mediums like that much. I don't know. But this ended up being one of my favorite digital pieces for a while at the time, and I was like, wow, I wish this was my character so that I could post this art everywhere, but I can't. And you know, sometimes I have that moment too where I'm working on commissions or something. I'm like, oh, I cooked with that, but I can't post it because it's a commission, so it's just gonna live on in the back of my mind. It's gonna live on in my mind. We got another little furry. You could see that one tutorial really rubbed off on me where it had the like the spherical head and then like the cube where the nose went. I kind of kept that permanently. I still kind of use it. We have a roller here. Hello. And then who are these? I don't know who these characters are actually. This might have been fan art for someone. Because I did watch a ton of like Gacha Life movies, and like I was heavy in that fandom, in the Gacha voice acting fandom. You know, I may or may not have voice acted in some series. I will not be dropping them because I don't even know if they still exist. But I did draw fan art, so I'm assuming that's what that is. Oh, okay, here we have the names for the roller cast. So this is Roller. This is Noor, Neo, Anna, Pia, and Flo. And here's a little comic of them. Okay, comic time. This is like a blind read through, by the way. If you couldn't tell, this video is unscripted, so we're going through this together. So it was a normal evening in Wisconsin. Okay, people were camping and all seemed fine until it happened. After that, the natural in the strike zone became After that, the natural in the strike zone became supernatural. From that day on, our part of nature has never been the same. Hi, I'm Roller, and this is my our story. Anyways, it all started on July 15th, 2018. It has been 900 years since the same thing has happened. This phenomenon only happens when the sun and a moonstone meet and the moonstone falls to Earth. Oh, I like moonstones. There's a song that I like. Hold on, tangent, then we'll get back to the comment. There's a song that I like called Moonstone. It's super, super, super underrated. You should listen to it. It's called Moonstone by A Million Pineapples, I think. It's like, okay, anyways, back to the comic. This year happened to be the year, and we just happened to be in the Earth, or the Eth, because sometimes when I write, I forget like entire letters because I write too fast. The moonstones are native to the asteroid Clef 20. Every so often, a piece breaks off. This happens more than you think, every week or so. The only reason that it happens on Earth every 900 years is simple. Whenever a piece falls, it will enter the atmosphere. It will burn up if it's not above a specific point in Wisconsin. If it is above Wisconsin, it won't burn up. Now that that's out of the way, let's begin. It was a normal day, like I said, but then the asteroid hit. Crazy exposition. I'm kind of obsessed with the concept that for some reason the state of Wisconsin is specifically is magical. Y'all, I don't even live in Wisconsin. That's really funny to me. That's really funny that, I don't know, it like the sky somehow knows the American state borders and only knows to burn up if it's over Wisconsin. You know, you gotta watch out. They could sense the cheese in the atmosphere or something. Anyways, clearly I did not finish that comic, but you know what? I like them a lot. I kind of want to revisit them. They're fun. Now, as per usual, we have math homework. Yay! And religion homework. Yay! Okay, and here is a character design challenge, it looks like. So I probably was taking this all off of Pinterest because this is like the ones that I got, I suppose. Like I was writing it down so that I knew what to do. So this is the character that we ended up with. Her, it's a My Hero character, it seems. Her quirk is pain infliction. I fear that's not a quirk. I fear anyone can do that. She's a villain. Oh no. She's an extrovert and she laughs at death. Okay. Oh, here's Scoops again. Remember from earlier the Stranger Things animatronic? It looks like I drew him more. We got him fully rendered over here. It looks like Toy Scoops, maybe. I need to stop writing ooh on my pages. It's really interesting to look at every 3 minutes. And then we have oof. And I was making like a little Scoop logo, like if Scoop was like a VTuber type thing. That's pretty cute. I like it. And more Scoops. Okay. Oh, and then I was obsessed with zodiac signs for a long time, and not even obsessed to the point that I even know what month they belong in. I just liked the design motifs, to be honest. I always, like, every single time I have to ask other people what my own zodiac sign is because I always forget, but I am an Aquarius. So this is Aries, and then I gave up, so we only have Aries. Here's a little vent page. Why can't I just have a style? The crying furry emoji. You know what? Real, but also I think it's very, I don't know. I think it's a good trait to be able to copy multiple styles, like, without tracing and all that. Oh my goodness, Tora! Hi! I don't know if this was heavily referenced or if this was off the dome, because it seems like slightly uncharacteristic for this time period, but also, given the anatomy, I am inclined to believe that maybe this is an original one. Maybe this is off the dome. So, we have Tora. I didn't give her like, emo eyeball in this one. That's interesting. But yeah. We have Sawsbuck from Pokemon in his spring form. I'm not gonna lie, his face kind of is giving the Roblox man face. It's kind of giving the Roblox man face. I had to say it, because I know other people would say it otherwise. So I'm the first to call it out. We have lots of edgy scribbled out drawings, I suppose. Oh, here's Iggy again, Yggdrasil. Again, I don't even know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. I looked it up on Google several times, and the general consensus is Yggdrasil or Yggdrasil. But I don't know. That's as close as I can get, I fear. Correct me if you actually somehow know the correct pronunciation for it, because I would like to pronounce her name correctly. On this page, we have a wonderful furry drawing. Actually, to be honest, I kind of like this because you can see the confidence in the lines, right? And that's a trait that you know that you've been developing your art for a while, when you can draw smooth, big lines. And again, that's why I'm challenging you to draw things largely in your sketchbook, because once your lines are like smooth, fast, and big, that kind of shows confidence regardless of your art style. And if you can show confidence in your art, you're basically a professional, because people can tell. And regardless of your style, how simple or complex it is, if you're not confident, people can pick up on that. But if you are confident, they'll pick up on that too. So looks like we have a little, I forgot which Pokemon this is. I have like certain interests that just like revive themselves annually, and Pokemon is one of them. I actually just designed Artie as a Pokemon trainer, believe it or not. I'll put her up on screen. I love that design. I don't know what to do with it, but you know, it's one of those like annual reawakenings. Oh my goodness. Here is Orion. Okay. This is another one of Mikey's characters. Orion is it's not my job to describe the lore, but he has a really cool story. And Mikey hasn't posted much about it, but when he does, I know you guys are gonna love this guy. This is like his original design, I think from like our 6th grade D&D campaign or something. But yeah, and of course I wrote, "Oh whoa, Ryan." Actually, I'm gonna pause the video and take a photo and send this to him because that's hilarious. Okay, I'm back. I sent it to him. I might put his reaction in the video because that'd be funny. Here we have a OC. She's wearing a Stranger Things hat. I don't know who this is. I don't know if I ever used her again, but there she is. We have the Roller cast yet again. We have Roller, Anna, Nor, Nia. Oh, he looks emo now. What happened, Nor? Oh no. Pia and Flo. And we have some furry emotes. But again, I was drawing big, so I can't complain. I'm doing what I asked for. Okay, this is the year that the My Hero Academia fighting game, My Heroes One Justice, came out, and I wanted it really, really bad. So I didn't know how to ask for it, so instead I drew a crying rabbit asking for it. Yes, it worked somehow. I don't know how. Next up, we have this creature feature. I don't know who he is. He's like a dinosaur dude. I don't know. We have the hippo, giraffe, Jiripo. I don't know. Oh, me. For real, for real. Oh, Tora, hi. Okay, she got a new fit. She's dripped out. I love the one piece of hair that's sticking over her shoulder. It's a little awkward, but I mean, it's not impossible, I suppose. And here's that Stranger Things girl again. I don't know who she was. Here I was swatching stuff for bullet journaling, I believe. And then here is yet another unfinished My Hero Academia cast drawing, because I always realized how complex their character designs were halfway through the drawings, and then I was like, it's okay, I can move on. Nothing really. Oh, that's funny. Okay. These are Minecraft coordinates. This is a page of Minecraft coordinates, because sometimes when I'm playing with people, I write down the coordinates of like all the important locations, because I get lost so fast in Minecraft, like so incredibly fast. In fact, because those are Minecraft coordinates, the rest of this may be COVID doodles. So this might be another unchronological sketchbook, or this just shows the transition in 7th grade to COVID. Like I said, a lot of these sketchbooks are like slightly out of order because I don't remember much about middle school and like as far as timeline and all that. So I don't know. We're figuring this out together, and this proves my theory, because this is Ether from Genshin. So this is probably, I'm gonna guess this is a transition sketchbook. That's my assumption, is that it's like transitioning into COVID. And there might be a couple sketchbooks that go back a little bit, but I believe this one is way more chronological than the last one we looked at. But we'll see. I was really into interior and exterior design for a while. For like couple months I wanted that to be my career. I was like, oh, that's really cool. And then I realized how much math is involved, and I was like, actually that's okay. But I wanted to design our yard. I see it's not very comprehensive, but you know, I did what I did. Here I was practicing drawing Kaya's eyes. I can tell that's Kaya because what other characters have diamond eyes besides those from Conria? If you know, you know. If you're a knower from Genshin Impact, you know. We have another furry. So it seems like I was developing two styles side by side, like a furry side and a human side. Oh, that's cute. I drew Tora in the Powerpuff Girls art style. I've always wanted to do a, like, draw this in, like, multiple styles type challenge. And it looks like I lived out that dream here. I would love to do that with my OCs, actually. Would that be a fun video? Let me know. Oh boy. Okay, here's a drawing of Edward. It was so freaking hot that day, and you can tell by the mood that I kind of just used him as an insert, and I was like eroding. I don't know. It was probably summer or like spring. Oh, yes, okay, so this is really interesting Art.ificer lore. Okay, sit down for this one, because this is the Anime Expo arc. And the Anime Expo arc spans like 3 years maybe, in which me and Mikey wanted to go to Anime Expo really bad. And we were way too young at the time to like be hired by any rational company, so I decided to start working as many random odd jobs as I could. So I worked as let's list off just a few of them because we don't have all day. I was a snow shoveler, I was a leaf raker, I was a pet sitter, I was a dog walker. I watched a lot of archaic dogs. I seem to have really interesting luck when it comes to pet sitting. And I started selling my art. At this point in time, I had just kind of began my business. Art.ificer didn't really kick off until high school, but I had definitely had the ground workings for it, and I was like, I don't know, I need to sell my art, because I remember seeing the artist alley in C2E2, and also it's COVID, so small businesses are trendy. So that's what we were doing, and somehow, some way, by some level of delusional luck, Mikey and I raised enough money to actually go to Anime Expo in our freshman year of high school, and that is a time I will never forget. 4th of July weekend, watching the new Stranger Things in the hotel in LA. Oh my gosh, that was one of the best experiences ever. That was awesome. And it is a testament to my stubbornness, I fear. Next up, okay, we have Erica, the frog girl from Soul Eater, and then Mako, Albarn, and Soul. I don't know why I made his last name Eater. Maka and Soul. Yeah, drawing more anime. Oh, blank page, okay. Oh no! Oh no! So we have a cute drawing here, and then Nina and Alexander from Full Metal Alchemist. If you know who they are, I don't need to say more. This is Chèvre. She's an Animal Crossing character. Chèvre, I don't know. Cute. I like the rendering, actually, yeah. The shading on the clothes is starting to get there a little bit. Here's some silly doodles. I don't even know what's going on here, to be honest. There's a lot. I see Roller. We got a furry, of course. Oh, here's another drawing of a Spaceban character. No way. Oh, here's Mew Ichigo from Tokyo Mew Mew. As I mentioned before, I was a big Tokyo Mew Mew fan, and this one is actually really cute. I don't know how much was referenced versus original, but I like the line art a lot. I love the thick border. That's really cute. And then, I don't know what's going on up here, but we got another furry, as per usual. Oh, and then here's our ramen recipe. Okay. Yeah, sometimes I do use sketchbooks as recipe books, that's true. One of the sketchbooks that I'm missing has a lot of recipes in it, but I don't have it here, so you won't know my secrets of cooking. Okay. This was a drawing that I made. Do I know the context? No. I know it was a joke, but that's all. This is, I don't know, history homework maybe? Here's some little paint tests. Ooh, scholarships. Okay, you know I love scholarships. I'm kidding. I have been applying to scholarships for a while. It's true. And you know what? It worked out because currently I have a pretty nice situation. I have a full-ride scholarship to the college I'm attending, and that does cover study abroads, so Artie will be in Vienna this spring, not clickbait. Yay! Here's a little guy. I don't know. I'm just flipping through here. That one's pretty cute. You can start to see my modern design motifs peeking through a little bit. I want to say that this is an OC that I had named Dyra or Dira. I don't remember for certain, but I think I had her for a D&D campaign for a little bit in middle school. I don't know. Here's Full Metal Alchemist. I was copying an expression from the manga, I think. Maybe Brotherhood. I am an O3 fan, though, for the knowers. A unhinged, deranged looking face. And we ended off with a lion and a sun, because I like animals, Lily's Pet Shop, and alchemy. Yay! The end for this sketchbook. Okay, moving on. Okay, so the next sketchbook is 7th grade, so the dawn of COVID, of course. I believe this is from winter on. I think it's a Christmas sketchbook from 2020. So it might go a little bit into 2021, but that's what I think this is. So, starting off, I was testing the new markers and brush pens that I had gotten for Christmas that year. Drawing some furries with different outlines, and I love to see this practice actually, because outlines and line art is such an interesting skill to develop, and I love seeing like the different widths that you can use with pens. Now, Okay, yeah, this is the 2020 Christmas sketchbook because that's the 24th of December 2019. We have this cute little dragon, and you can tell that between the last sketchbook and this one, I had started to improve a decent amount because I'd been drawing digitally and also just a lot and consistently traditionally. So I'm looking forward to this next batch of sketchbooks because we've only got about maybe 6 or 7 left. Oh my god, no, I didn't mean to make a 6-7 joke. I'm sorry. No, like genuinely. Okay, anyways. My hero, Shinson Denki. If you know, you know. That's so cute. It's Baby Yoda. But of course it says thesis because we're still in that era. And now we're in COVID, so it's even more that era. Here's a clown girl. This is also pretty cute. I like the character designs that we're getting here. Here's Babu Frick from Star Wars. Pretty silly. I like the eyes. And here is Mei, I think Hatsume? I forgot her last name. From My Hero. I loved this drawing so much when I did it, and honestly, I still like it a lot. I like the rendering. Of course, there's some anatomical stuff to change, but I like it. I was locked in, okay? These new markers changed me. And then we have some Tsuyu drawings. We have a furry reference that I made. I don't know what character this is. I made a reference for a creature that only drew once, maybe twice. But you can see the anatomy is getting better, so I'm happy about that. And then here's some expressions practice with Edward Elric, of course. Fullmetal Alchemist is my goat. I could literally make like a 12 million hour video essay about it. But I won't unless you want me to. That was my friend drawing in here. And here is Truckle. Okay, so if you were a kid in the probably mid to late 2000s in elementary school and you ever had a goated teacher in your math class, in America at least, you probably played a game called Prodigy. And now Prodigy was peak, okay? I was not a mathematician when I was a kid. I mean, I was in the honors math class thingy for a while until I got kicked out because I gave up and didn't know how to multiply. But I was in there and I learned random stuff, but like I kind of just hated learning math because I found it boring. I didn't find it interesting at all. I was like, I could be anywhere else in the whole entire world. And instead, I'm sitting here in a math classroom learning about abstract concepts with numbers that I'm never going to use in my life. And I found out later on, by the way, that I'm actually not bad at math if it applies to the real world. But if it doesn't apply to the real world, not touching it. Anyway, so Prodigy was basically this game where it was like a fantasy roleplay game, except in order to unlock characters, like Pokemon type characters, you had to do math problems. And now, I'm not Albert Einstein, but I got close in my Prodigy days. I was locked in. That was the motivation I needed. And so I went back in this drawing to like draw an old Prodigy character. I had an OC challenge I made, I suppose. Here's a cute drawing. This is a llama girl. I like the texture on the whole outfit. It's actually pretty cute. I like her silly little expression too. Okay, I like this one a lot. Look at that rendering. Yes, Diva, get it. And then I drew this like weird looking doodle, I suppose, of myself, unfortunately. And then my friend wrote, "This is Zoe when I critique her art," which, you know what, real, I didn't know how to handle critique for a while. That's fair. But I mean, learning how to understand and handle and accept critique is totally a skill that everyone should learn, in my opinion, because in high school we did it all the time, in college we do it all the time, and honestly it's pretty cool because you get to see like everyone's like opinions, and no one is out to attack you during critique unless they have like a personal vendetta against you, which I doubt they do. So my advice is to try and just hear people out and take your emotions out of the equation, because it makes it a lot easier. And I think that before me COVID, like, oh my gosh, that me before COVID and me after COVID count as like two whole entire different people. I did a lot of reflecting and stuff over COVID, and I would not consider us the same. So post COVID, I think I got a lot better at that. Oh my goodness. Okay, here's like I guess like a uncanny valley looking Freddy Fazbear. I was trying to make it realistic. I was trying to render. And here's some more tests with those pens. Okay. Well, the anatomy and stuff isn't great. I really like this. I think it's funny because I was drawing Ed and then I made his Ohogele go off the page. Oh, cute. Okay, here is a OC that I seem to have made probably for My Hero Academia Mino, if I'm guessing. I don't know anything about her because I never actually finished writing it, but you know what? There we go. There she is. Diva. I like the eyes. That's actually pretty cool. Again, if you want to see my OCs redesigned, I wouldn't say no. Here's a fun page of different cacti. I think I was just trying to test it out because this was the cacti succulent era, of course. If you remember, you remember. Okay, these are designs that I had made for, oh my goodness, oh man, is this a historical artifact, y'all? Oh my god. Okay. Well, okay, so this is, I was designing, I was supposed to design the flyer slash playbill for our school's Aladdin performance. And I was like super excited about this and stuff. So I was designing and everything. I was making sketches. But you can see here a little bit of foreshadowing if you were born after 2020, I guess, which I hope you weren't. This says April 23rd to 25th, 2020. If you know anything about 2020, if you studied up on your 2020 lore, there was a little itty bitty event that took place that would have prohibited us from having this show, so I never finished the playbill. But now that we know exactly what point in time we were at, now we can start to understand the rest of these drawings, I guess, and just contextually. So these are my eye creatures. I only drew them like once or twice. They're kind of edgy, they're kind of angsty, I suppose, but they had like wings and lashes. I don't know. I just had fun doodling them everywhere. I liked the evil one. Oh, that's interesting. Horns, wings, and a tail. Put a pin in that. This is Gudra, a really cute Pokemon. I love this drawing. This is adorable. Oh my gosh. It's been a while since I've drawn Pokemon. I've drawn my Sona as a Pokemon trainer, as I just said, but look at the silly. I need to draw Pokemon again. That's fun. And then we have some Japanese writing practice. And now, the moment you've been waiting for. We bridge eras in these two drawings because this is when I started my TikTok that I would later revamp into Art.ificer. So I, for this drawing, merged a Pokemon and Jiro from My Hero Academia together, but I remember this one was significant because it was one of my first TikToks I ever posted, and TikToks I ever posted in the sense that, yes, I used to have a Musical.ly when I was a kid that I made my Littlest Pet Shops dance to. Yes, I got banned because apparently they were dancing too seductively. I don't know. But anyway, Musical.ly rebranded to TikTok, so no one else had to know that, right? That's what I'm saying. So I got a TikTok and I started posting. And I also posted this drawing of Funtime Foxy, which I believe the pose was referenced from Tones and I from Dance Monkey, because that's exactly where we are. That's exactly the era we're in. Dance Monkey, dance. And now I'm going to start freaking out. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Okay. Calm down. Okay. Rayomi. Ray. Okay, this is the official like drawing for Burn the Stars. And this is the drawing too that I am going to be redrawing at the end of the video today. Because look at them! Oh my god! This is like watching your children grow up. This is like looking at old baby photos of your kids. I say that like I have experience. I do have experience with my OCs. It's so endearing to see their old designs like fully colored and everything. This is like gotta be one of my favorite old pieces of art. Like, yes, does the hand look like it was sponsored by ChatGPT? Yeah. But it's them. It's Rayomi, not clickbait, fully colored. Ah, oh my goodness. And here's a Ray doodle. And so this is also a shift, also like focusing a bit more on OCs. This was for Amino, something with Fullmetal Alchemist. I don't know what it was for. I just remember posting it on Amino. No clue who this is, so we will move on. And then we get into COVID art. Okay, so we have some clear Fullmetal Alchemist references with the hands and the eyeball. And then we have a very edgy drawing. A very COVID drawing. I think this is the only era this drawing could have come out from. It says confined at the top. And I'm looking out at the sunlight streaming through my window. And I'm in the darkness. And then there's like all these guys, which pretty much just look like the hands from Fullmetal Alchemist, because that's what I was watching. And that was my old Sona. So there we go. The COVID vent piece. Pretty iconic, I must say. Here is Uraraka from My Hero Academia, but like mixed with Pennywise or something. I don't know. Again, the drawings are getting cuter. I like it. Like, of course, my old style was way less developed than my current one, but you can start to see where like things take place, things shape up to be what they are today. Here's some eyeball practice. This was definitely referenced off of Pinterest, I believe, because I don't draw pupils like that typically, but here is some miscellaneous doodles with my pens. Oh my god, it's Naomi, you guys. Oh my goodness. Oh, look at her, she's so tiny. Here's original Naomi expressions. Yay! I always find it really funny imagining her being angry, because she does not seem like the type of character to get angry all that often. So when she does, I feel like it'd be definitely exaggerated, and that still holds true to this day. I don't think I've ever drawn her angry in her current design, so, you know, maybe a sketch with me is in store. I don't know. Okay, this is Daira, and I was just talking about her earlier. Context for Daira or Dira, a D&D character, but the other context for her is that I took some of her traits and Naomi's traits, and I kind of mashed them a little bit together when I was redesigning Naomi. So Dira has kind of, in essence, joined forces with Naomi a little bit. I don't know. It was fun. Here is a Pokemon combo that I made, I believe. I don't know which ones it were. It was probably that like purple blue deer one and something else. Raichu maybe? I don't know. But it's cute. And here is an Animal Crossing villager, cause do. That is the theme song of COVID in my opinion. And we pause for a page. We get more villagers. These guys are cute. Yeah, I was totally in the Animal Crossing fandom for a long time, and honestly, I still would be if they kept supporting the game, but I personally stopped playing once they announced there wouldn't be any updates, which, yeah, they're gonna be updating it soon, but I think that's just a cash grab for the new Switch, in my humble opinion. So I kind of just stopped playing, because, I mean, my favorite part of Animal Crossing was interacting with other people, and if there was gonna be no other people to interact with, why bother, right? Here is Tom Nook and Isabel. Oh, that's cute. I remember for a while I wanted to cosplay as, I don't know which character, but I know I wanted to cosplay from Animal Crossing. Here's a Dragian. Oh, here's Dyra holding the head of Tesla Hydra, of course. And you can see his like spirit flying away. And Dyra's just looking at it like, what did I just do? Ew, that's nasty. The head's there. This is Frog and Schnoik. Frog and Schnoik. I don't know. They're the two girls from Soul Eater. I forgot the names off the top of my head. And here is a interesting doodle spread as well. It's kind of a stream of consciousness thing. I don't know much of what's going on here. You'd have to like look really hard to pick things out. But looks like we got some stuff. Shoes. We have this super cute like demon bunny guy. This might have been an original one because like I don't see horns like that anywhere. And this is before there was even a chance of having AI references. So I don't know. And this is Miku, of course, our goat, our diva, Hatsune Miku. I have this as a keychain somewhere. I don't know where it went, but I was just drawing off the keychain at school. Here is Toga. Oh my god. Here is Toga from My Hero Academia. It's like a doodle sheet. I don't remember liking Toga, but I guess I did. It's Killua. I remember loving this page so much, and honestly, it's got that middle school humor. She is coming, and then it's like the leg Mikus. Yeah. And then we have Miku Doodles over here. Cute. This is the slimy sea cow goddess of the sea. Naturally. And here is a beach drawing. Here's Killua from Hunter x Hunter. And this was a still life, I suppose. Yeah, I think because I had to do a still life for my online drawing class. And so this is 7th grade then. And I did a still life, but I didn't want to really draw objects, so I did a still life of one of my figures that I had at the time. Here's some more doodles. And then here are different people's, like, I don't know, different people's D&D characters. So, yeah. That is the end of this sketchbook. Woohoo! Yippee! Alright, now we're gonna notice a interesting jump, I guess, or a gap in my sketchbooks, because basically COVID is over now. I don't think I had a sketchbook in like the 2020-2021 situation. Like, I don't think I really had an 8th grade sketchbook. Because I remember vividly drawing these drawings in high school. So I guess that I was strictly doing digital art at the time. It checks out, honestly, because that is when I got my first iPad and I started using Procreate literally daily. Literally every single waking moment I used Procreate. So just know that between the last sketchbook and this one is 1 year of improvement, because this is from my freshman year of high school. So it was 1 year of improvement from just digital art, and then I'm kind of moving a little bit back into traditional for a while. So we start off with this cute Pinterest girly. So a lot of the drawings in my sketchbooks, and like this is just a theme for forever, so I don't need to keep reiterating it, but I'll say it again just so I don't get canceled. I do a lot of like studies and drawings from Pinterest and from other people's art. And usually I like never post that kind of stuff. So while it's all being posted in this YouTube video, again, this is mostly to show my practice, my experience, and just like a chronological timeline of my art, because it's really fun to look back on, and I think you guys would enjoy seeing it too. If you're watching this far, then clearly you do enjoy seeing it, and you should leave a comment saying that you've made it to the high school sketchbook section. which is an achievement to make it through all my old art like that. Congratulations, woohoo! Congrats on being like the #1 Artie fan. So, alright. On the next page is some more practice studies from Pinterest. And I know these are from Pinterest because I actually remember drawing these in class. Like, I remember drawing them at school in freshman year. I think specifically in my English class. But yeah, they're pretty cute. I like the hair. And I like the fits. I don't know, I love drawing Pinterest outfits sometimes. Here was a Full Metal Alchemist study. You can tell the anatomy still isn't there, but the rendering is definitely getting a lot better. Like, I love this hand. And I think the automail arm is pretty good too. So, yeah, you can tell a lot of my drawing practice comes from drawing FMA fan art. Yippee! On this page was some face and side profile studies and a little dress study over there. Lots of studies. I'm studying. I'm a scholar now, okay? I'm in my scholarly era. Over here, I drew a transmutation circle. I think this was during lunch or an assembly. Honestly, it's pretty good. Like look at that, guys. I don't know. Am I an alchemist? Comment below if Artie is an alchemist. Let me know. Here was an environment, actually a few. Okay, these are environment studies. However, they're environment studies of places in Genshin Impact because I love Genshin Impact if you don't remember from earlier. So, here is Amakumo Peak and Seirai Island. Honestly, I really like it. I like the rocks. I like the background. I was proud of it then. I'm proud of it now. You go me. Get those environments, yes. And then I believe this is from Mondstadt. You can see the statue of the 7 there. And I always pretended like it wasn't. Girl, you are not fooling anyone. We all know. It's okay. Here is different eyes. Oh my goodness. Okay, here is all the evidence you need to know why I'm going to be pulling for Durin on December 3rd. Hopefully this video is out before then. If not, you will already be seeing me posting about Durin. That is a given because back then, all we had was a hope and a dream. Okay, this is Durin's eyes. This is how I predicted Durin's eyes would look. This is how I predicted Rhindaughter's, no, this is Albedo's eyes. That's how I predicted Rhindaughter's eyes would look. That's Albedo's eyes, and then I tried to make combos of them. TBH, I wasn't that far off either. Here's an Albedo drawing I did. I definitely heavily referenced / copied this one from Pinterest. Unfortunately, in all of my sketchbooks, I have a bad habit of not writing who I reference from, which I wish I did, and now reflecting on this video, I will do in the future because there's no reason not to. You can tell that like anatomy is still like pretty off in some spots, but again, I'm learning a lot more. I'm drawing a lot more. Here are some studies. Here's a little face study I did. Never finished her. Here's a dress study I did. I also never finished her, but I thought it was going really good. I don't know why I never finished. Because that's pretty cute. I like the dress. It's giving like Miss Frizzle, if any of you watched the Magic School Bus when you were kids. Like, that's what the dress is giving. I like it. I don't know why I gave up. Here's some more Albedo drawings that I copied from people, of course. Here's a Klee one. I remember drawing this because I was at C2E2. Because like I said, I go annually. I was at C2E2. I believe I was in Albedo cosplay. And I was waiting for Mikey to get an autograph from somebody. So I was sitting on the floor doodling Klee. And I loved it. It's pretty cute. Here are some Link doodles. Those are pretty cute too. I like how I did like this whole rendered pencil sketch for a while because I was mixing in the like, you could see the origins of the kid who always blended her drawings with her finger and the pencil, but also I was starting to get in some like actual like values and stuff in there, so it was going pretty good. Here is math homework because like I said, math homework. you know. Here's a doodle page. Edward, of course. And then some really random stuff and my signature smiley face. Isn't it lovely? Don't you love my signature smiley face? I know you do. Some silly stuff. Massive brain. Edward practicing drawings. I don't know. I was just drawing at school. And that's how school drawings look. Here is an OC too that I never revived. I made her once. I remember texting people about it, being like, oh yeah, I like the code a lot. And then I never touched her again. So I don't know. She could count as an old OC that needs to be revived, I suppose. We got some mouth expressions. We got some really fun doodling pages here. I like these. I mean, I don't like how negative I was being on them. But I like the drawings. We have Ray, of course. We have Ed a lot. We have someone from Pinterest. We have Ray again. Ray again. Oh, I think this is all Ray. I think this is a Ray page, maybe. Ray posting. Yeah. Okay, this is upside down. Got some weird doodles. This is my original design for Alice, which is crazy because the day I'm recording this, Alice's design just got dropped in Genshin Impact, like her actual model. So going crazy because this was 5 years ago, my prediction for her. That's insane. Next page is some doodles. I got like a cheap marker, so I was testing it out and it already started eroding. And then I really like this one. This is also an early form of Artie. This is like zygote Artie because I had this little elf creature with a flower in her hair. That was who Artie used to be. I used her in some of my TikToks and Instagram, mostly Instagram Reels, to be honest. I don't know if you would recognize this character, but a couple of them did get fairly popular, so there is a chance that you are a knower. But I do like these drawings. They're definitely from Pinterest, but doesn't negate the fact that I like them. We had some eye painting studies. I really do like the blue one especially. I like how, I don't know, it almost looks inverted. It's pretty cool. Oh, let me move that up. There we go. That's better. No, okay, I locked in. Okay, there we go. Next up. Oh my goodness gracious. Okay. Alright, context. This is a design that Naomi had for about 5 days. I don't know why, but I did give her this design. And also, at some point in time, I decided to have like an art style trait where I drew like these little 3-line hatches, and I think that totally follows through nowadays in my art. Like, I 100% see it. This is my first ever experience with finals. Oh my goodness, was I going through it. So as you can see, when finals show up, so do these wonderful, beautiful drawings. Yes, that is made Tim and Moby. Yes, that is Barry B. Benson. Yes, that is Ed Sheeran. Oh, this is so cute. Okay. So I drew Naomi here. As you can tell, her design lasted for like 8 seconds. And then I like tried to redesign her a little bit. So this is Naomi again with a super cute art style. And I remember the expressions and the style for this were referenced off of Ocean in Space. She was one of my artists, one of my favorite artists in freshman year. And it definitely rubbed off in my art style for a while. I still follow her. I love her drawings. They are adorable. Check her out if you haven't. Here is Inosuke from Demon Slayer. I was about to say K-pop Demon Slayer. Oh my gosh. Here's a base that I used for Rei and Naomi, I think. Here are some vaguely cursed looking anatomy practices, of course. Although this is a great way to practice, I recommend this method a lot. So what I did was, first I drew like a side-facing character, right? And then I went back and compared it to the reference and I made adjustments. And I think doing that where you like try and draw something from memory or like copy a reference and then try and do it from memory and then go back and compare it to the reference, that is a great practice. I need to do it more, TBH. Uh-oh. Here's when we learned how to swear. Yeah-oh. Here is plans for the automail I was making for my Edward Elric cosplay. I had to like measure out my hand and everything to like get all the pieces right. It looks bad, but that was because I was just using it for measurement purposes. I wasn't actually trying to make it look like a hand. I was tracing my hand. You guys! Oh, it's the beginning of an era, because guess what? This is where the Naomi redesign began. This is pretty much where modern day Naomi comes from. Look at her. So I was testing out some different ideas, and one thing that always stuck was this little braid with a flower at the end of it. I thought it was so cute. And I still do. And I actually, a fun fact about Naomi is the flower changes seasonally, because she kind of just picks up whatever she can find outside and puts it there. So for like every different season and holiday, she has like a different flower. Here are some, it looks like I was studying. I was locked in anatomy studies, Miku doodles and such. Oh yes, I remember this. Okay, so I'm a scholar. I'm an academic weapon, so I have done summer school pretty much every year of my academic career after middle school, and not because I was like falling behind anything. I've always done summer school to get ahead in my classes so I can take more fun classes that I wanted to. And summer school, if you've never had experience with it, it's pretty much watered down school, but it's watered down so much that it's got like maybe the essence of a class. So that basically just meant I had a ton of time to draw because I was moving so incredibly slow. So I drew Summer Miku here, so cute. And then over here I drew Barry from Tokyo Mew Mew, and I love this drawing. It was a study from one of the covers of the manga. Actually, I have this manga. I can't find it right now, that's so sad, but I have this manga that she's based off of, and I was playing around with some washi tape, and I think the composition and the colors and everything just ate. I love this drawing. It's so cute. Oh, here's the packing list for Anime Expo. What a blast to the past. Yay. Here is Will Schoenheit. He is yeah, this is Will Schoenheit. I think that's how you pronounce his last name. Schoenheit, I don't know. He's from Twisted Wonderland. If you don't know, Twisted Wonderland is like Disney villains, but like as high school anime boys. I don't know. It's very interesting. I liked it. It was a fun game. I played it for a while. So here's Will. Here is a little brainstorm for a webtoon that some of you, if you have been here since the beginning of Art.ificer, may know that webtoon is called The Forest of Lanterns, abbreviated to TIFL, and it has Rei and Naomi in it, and Crix. It's got my divas. I don't even know if it's on Webtoon anymore, to be honest. I have all the files in Procreate still for it, but it is a little embarrassing. But also, it is like, it's one of the first times I like fully committed to a story concept. It's very short, and the illustrations are not up to the quality I would necessarily have wanted them to be, especially near the end, because I was trying to rush to get things on a schedule done. Which, you know what? Respect the grind. But anyways, it's where the like current designs of Rei and Naomi originate from. Crix, not so much. I completely changed his design like a month ago, and I think he's better off for it. But Rei and Naomi, this is like their doodles for their designs for TIFL, and I think it's really cute because here we start to see the swap and rolls where Rei has the long hair and Naomi has the short hair, and Rei has like that one like uneven bang. I don't know. Here's a little chibi of her, and I have that little feather like earring that I've kept pretty much since then, and I love it. So here's just a whole bunch of like plot stuff. I won't go through all of it because if you really want to find that relic, it's out there, I think. Here is some tests for Ray. Definitely did not have the anatomy down, but I was trying to figure stuff out. You can see the eyes were heavily inspired by Genshin Impact for sure. And then here's like some gestures I was doing for Crix and a little height chart for them all. The one thing that stayed consistent about Crix's design is his hat. Oh! Okay, here's another Naomi drawing. And then this is Sylvie. Oh my goodness, I love Sylvie. She's one of my cats. This is when I first got her. She's so tiny in these drawings. Oh my goodness. We're gonna go on a Sylvie hunt. Come with me. We're gonna go find her. Okay, now that we found Sylvie, let's move on. Here are some little Pinterest outfit studies and some expressions. Oh my, okay, here is the, like, I guess pose or something that I had to do that I wanted to do for a DTIYS. And look, it's Ray with her corset and her fit. That means it's real Rachel Annesley now. Yay! And here is, I was doing this for a collab on Instagram. I believe this is Conpeto, like the candy, but like as a magical girl. I thought that was super cute. And here is me learning how to make videos and things like that, taking notes. Zelda. And okay, before we move on, this is a weird page to pause on, but before we move on, this is a crazy point in time because now on the Art.ificer channel, currently on my channel, the Canon Arty channel, I have been uploading videos. So the first video on this channel, I think that is like available to watch, which is either Palm Tree Panic or like the vlog I did when I was like 15 about vendoring. I think that's at the time of this sketchbook. So this is now in the Canon Art.ificer timeline, which is crazy to think about. I was drawing with charcoal there, or ashes. Oh yes! Okay, this is some random blue period stuff. But look at this lovely spread of Ray. I'm pretty sure I found this outfit on Pinterest, but I loved it so much. And it's Ray. It's her. Yay! Look at her hair. Look at the pie. Oh my gosh. Here is fun. I made my own paint from pine trees. I felt so evil because I went to the forest and I stole a bunch of pine needles and then I crushed them up and made it into paint, and it was pretty cool. It's a little bit of a crunchy pigment. I've had better work since then, but it was my first one and I thought that was fun. Like, yeah guys, I made my own paint. And that is the end of this freshman year sketchbook. Woohoo! Okay, this is a sophomore year sketchbook. I kind of forgot to go over it earlier, but I'm just gonna add it in now. This is one of my favorite sketchbooks I ever did because it's when I realized that this specific size of sketchbook works really well for me, because with the theme of some of the bigger ones that are unfinished, it's because I found that I don't really just like drawing in the big sketchbooks. I find it easier to just like put my thoughts down when the sketchbook is this size. I don't know. It's just a me thing. But starting off with the wonderful entrance page, which I think is really cool. We have Grimm and then Vil Schoenheit from Twisted Wonderland. I have a Grimm plushie somewhere. I don't know where he went. And it's just like the welcome message, but I thought that this was like really cute. I don't know. I like the blending and everything. The colors were nice. And then we have Edward Elric, as per usual. We have Snow White Miku, which is really fun. I remember drawing this during summer school. And then over here, okay, if you can tell, the page is a different like texture and everything. That's because I drew Violet Evergarden on like some watercolor paper or something like that, and I really liked it, and I really didn't like whatever drawing was underneath. I don't know what was underneath actually, because I like glued this on here, and so I replaced the page. But honestly, I think it's kind of cute. Violet Evergarden is a gorgeous anime, by the way. If you haven't watched it, please do. It's so good. And then over here, Edward Elric. Again, this is from the FMA mobile game I was doing a study because I really liked that art style. I'm so sad they got rid of it. I was like using a VPN and everything. Over here we have Noah from Fullmetal Alchemist Conqueror of Shambhala. Love that movie. And then here, I forgot her name, but she's like the princess or something in Violet Evergarden. I like the side profile, but I was not locked in on the vase, and you could tell with the little skull emoji. That's okay. Sometimes style studies can be a little tricky if you're not used to it. Over here, we have a wonderful math homework. This theme never goes away until I finish doing math. And then I was just doodling with some stickers. It's definitely not the quality that I normally do, but I had fun letting loose. And sometimes that's okay, you just gotta let loose with all your materials. Over here, I love this page. It's early Rayomi art. This is one of the earlier versions of their current designs because you can tell Ray still has like straight hair. So even though it's like definitely getting there, it's still early on, but I think the colors and everything used on this were super adorable. I love the gradient in Ray's name. I think I did this with highlighters. But yeah, I love it. Oh my gosh, I've always loved this page. Over here we have a little Pinterest study. It's the 23rd of January 2023. Okay, so yeah, this is the first semester, actually I suppose the second semester now, of my sophomore year. So the end of this sketchbook I would assume most likely ends around the beginning of junior year. So to-dos, I don't know, did I ever do it? Online PE, 2D worksheet, what are you doing? Tale of Two Cities, come on, get on it. I never read like any book in high school, to be honest. Oh, I love this page so much. I got this pen that I really liked, and so I was practicing like illustrating animals. And look at the little bunnies and squirrels. This is actually my old rabbit Klee. We don't have her anymore, but super freaking cute. Super freaking cute. I believe one of these was like a squirrel in the yard that I saw. The other ones are from Pinterest. But yeah, I love these pages so much. This is like such a good sketchbook. I don't know. It was kind of peak. Over here we have a little collage of stuff from a Fullmetal Alchemist magazine I have. I only cut it out because I had two of the same one, so I was like, hey, I can use the assets or whatever from this. I think it was pretty fun. I don't usually do collage art, so I had a good time. Over here was super fun too. I drew a bunch of object heads. So we have a TV head, sunflower head, cloud head, mushroom head, and cheese wheel head because my brother wanted me to draw that because he likes cheese wheels. Disc head, or I suppose you could call it radio head, cone head, and then like a fishbowl head. Most of these references were from Pinterest, I think, but I had a ton of fun drawing this, especially the TV one. I love how the TV one came out. I don't really have any uncanny OCs necessarily, so this is a really fun like branching out experiment for me, and I kind of want to do it again actually. Over here, okay, so we have some drawings. We have Senor Cock, because this is a cockroach that I found in the bathroom at school, and a little bitty froggy, so tiny. If you put your finger in the sketchbook, it's about the size of a finger, so you can pretend like you're holding a frog. We have a piping plover over here. Love those guys. And then a baby piping plover and a duck. We have some more link expression practices. This message, wonder here. Bad habits lead to late nights in and alone. Conversations with a stranger I barely know. Yeah, you get the point. You know that song. Basically, we had this thing at school called Singing Valentines, and you could like buy Valentines for people, and of course Mikey harassed me with a Valentine. So wonderful, so lovely. Thank you, man. Beautiful message. Never forget. Over here was a little study I did of a, what's it called? The Tantric Buddhist priest's crown at the Art Institute of Chicago, and then I had a little note to look at Edouard Villard. But yeah, I did a little study in real life. That was fun. I loved all the details on this crown. And then over here was like an albedo art challenge. I did this for TikTok, I think, where it's like the, from memory, opposite hand, eyes closed, 1 minute, 10 seconds, and then with reference. I kind of want to do a redo of that trend, but with my characters. Over here was a cute little cozy house study. That was fun. Here's some miscellaneous. I drew a coat that I really wanted, and I ended up getting a coat that looks pretty similar, so love. This was a really random page. I don't know what I was up to there. But we do have Artie. Oops, I skipped one. Oh yeah, this is just a list of artists that were at C2E2 that I wanted to visit or do fan art for. Fortunately, I didn't get to do fan art for them, but it's the thought that counts. Here's some gouache tests with my different brushes. I like this one, it looks like grass. Here is, oh, that was fun. I went to this place called the Arboretum. They have like lots of flowers and trees there, obviously, hence the name. And so I took my gouache with me and I drew a little flower that was on the ground. I think it turned out pretty cute, so I cut it out and put it in my sketchbook. Then over here is a little landscape drawing, but of course Bill Cipher is in the ceiling because it's Bill Cipher, right? Why not? Oh my gosh, not the ceiling, the sun. Same difference. You get the point. Here's a jellyfish page. I love it. It was just different jellies I found on Pinterest, and I was like testing out these new markers that I got. Yeah. This page I never really finished. I was gonna do a study from a scene from a Ghibli movie. I forgot which one. I just remember it was Ghibli. And then this was like a little perspective drawing practice. Not too bad. I like this one. These are more Pinterest studies, of course, but I really like this pose. I don't know. It's so silly. Yeah, I wrote, Mom, I threw up. Because that's kind of what it looks like. Oh, yes. Here's a Ghibli one that I did end up finishing. This one is really pretty. I like the colors a lot, actually, in here. Let me hold it up to the camera so you can see it in all its glory. Look at that. Oh, yeah. Ghibli pilled. So pretty! And then this sign says, no art making in the bathrooms, which is kind of a joke from, like, art school. Here are some doodles. These are South Park and Edward and Among Us. I was at a convention, so when I was doing the artist alley, I had time to do like little random stuff like that, just off the dome things. Here's Kave from Genshin. I don't know what MC Delta T means. Probably something from physics. Here was a Crix drawing that I had. He's so silly. He would totally wear those glasses. And then this is a Pinterest study that I did as well. It says, yo, I made a drawing, because I was really proud of this one, and I still like it. I don't know, the way that I did the lines and everything was just super playful and fun. I had a good time. This is also at a con. I think the same con. Yeah, this is like con weekend. I drew Ray in like a South Park style, and then my brother drew her as well. And then I drew more different, I drew like the different Kenny outfits because I love South Park. It's so funny. And then here I was at C2E2, and this is my receipt from the restaurant. And so I kind of drew the lunch that I got because I'm like, oh my gosh, if it's going to be $30 freaking dollars for a lunch, then at least I'm going to draw it, right? I only got, what did I get? I only got the sandwich. I don't know who got the pizza. It was either for Mikey or for my dad, probably. But I like how it turned out. I love drawing with highlighters. I gotta get back on that. Here was swatches of my gouache. And then some little gouache practices. I like the eyeball. I was very experimental with it in this era. And then here is some more doodles. She has never even gone to school. I don't know what that says, to be honest. Okay, it was finals though, so this is the end of my sophomore year. And I was having so much fun, as you can tell. This is a cute little gouache study up here. I like him. We have some more doodles, of course. Some more studies. I don't like this one at all. I didn't get the right color with the paint, but I like this one a lot. That was fun. South Park study. Jump scare. Okay, over here is a landscape, and then over here is like a portrait that I never finished. I made myself look so chopped, to be honest. I don't look like that, I swear. I don't know why I look like I have a beard. I was just mixing the colors wrong. And then over here, this was definitely like the last day of finals situation with all these crazy doodles. Je vis, I want a life. That's crazy. Here's me as a South Park character. Link. Ray. Here's Princess Kenny doodles. I was gonna do a Mysterion one on the other side, so it'd be like a really funny duality, but never finished that. The lyrics, by the way, are to the Princess Kenny song, which you can find on Spotify. Over here was fun. I did some eye practices. I don't know why the one slur is on here, TBH. And then this is a super fun, like OC chart. We have Ray, Naomi, Crix, Irvette, Dahlia. Oh boy, Fenrir's name used to be Farker. Okay. Tyrion, Ruby, and Finn. So this is like, I don't know why Einar and Katrin weren't on here. Maybe they weren't fleshed out enough, but this is kind of like the relationship chart at the time. Over here is Ray scolding Finn, who's Naomi's older brother, for drinking on the job. Here's some poses, some compositions and everything. I was just playing around and looking on Pinterest for inspiration, as one does. I don't know why this page is cut out here. It might be hard to see, but let me put my hand under it. There's a triangle cut out in here. I don't know why. I was practicing markers, eyeball shapes. This was a good page. I was practicing hands. And then this is a little tomato doodle, I guess. A little house drawing, Roy Mustang, random objects. Some silly doodles. This is Naomi. I like this Naomi one, actually. That one's cute. There's like some random eye off the dome drawing. I don't know what this was. I was just playing around with my highlighters and seeing what I could do. I love this page so much, though. This is Ray and her sister Irvette. And I was kind of trying to do more shape languagey stuff. I'm pretty sure I got the references from Pinterest, because this is not my normal art style, but I really love how it turned out. I don't know. I love how big her hair looks. And then these butterflies were super fun too. These are puff stickers that I've had. Over here, had some doodles. And then a study from Pinterest, as per usual. I don't even need to keep reiterating it. You get the point. Of like some like perspective drawings, which is fun. And then here's a shoe. I really liked this shoe, and it kind of was like the basis for some of the designs in Arty, because this is like, if I could have any shoe in the universe, it would be this one. A little doodle there. More South Park doodles. Rayomi doodles, my to-do list, stuff like that. Mini quests, aka I was struggling to turn things in and I needed quests to keep me motivated. This was the beginning of senior year for sure, because soapstone is a thing from like, or not senior year, junior year, because soapstone is a thing from AP Lang. Little Randy Marsh doodle. These were cute like South Park characters. This is Wendy, and I forgot her name, to be honest. I don't know who that is, but I like this one artist's art style, so I was like practicing their proportions and everything. And then this was just like a little settings thing I had written down for my camera for like my edits. More quest list, of course, and that's pretty much where it ends. Yeah, I really like this. This might be one of my favorite sketchbooks of all time, to be honest. Like, whenever I'm starting a new sketchbook, I aspire to have the level of like silliness that this one does. Okay, now we do a bit of a time skip again, and this is my sketchbook from sophomore year, I believe, 2023. Yeah, 2023. So you can see I have a whole bunch of stickers on here. I had way more, but sadly they like eroded. I got a lot of these from my artist alley, but I love this sketchbook. Just gonna put it out. This is one of my favorite sketchbooks. The only reason I stopped drawing in it was because my stickers were all eroding. So honestly, I may revisit this one at some point. But starting off, we have little Aftensparv saying, hey, he's welcoming us to the sketchbook. I love Aftensparv. He's the IKEA alien, if you don't know him. And we start off pretty strong. So this is the 26th of November, 2023. So yeah, definitely sophomore year. And I did a draw my day. So this is, I think, the first time that you see me drawing myself since COVID. And I look way better here, TBH. This is like a draw my day. So this day, it was snowing, which is crazy because today is the 21st of November when I'm recording, I think. So this is like almost exactly like 3 years ago. What day is it? Alexa, what day is it?
Today is Friday, November 21st, 2025.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So this is 2 days from 3 years ago. That's really cool. That's crazy. 2 years ago. I don't know. I can't do that. 2 years ago? 2 years ago. How was I a sophomore 2 years ago and now I'm in college? That doesn't check out. I don't know. Wait, does that even math? Does that make sense? 23 to 24. 24 to 25. 25 to... Yeah, no, that makes sense. Okay. All right. I was a sophomore. Okay, cool. So, this was when I was 16 then. Yes. And let's see. So this day, I went outside and it was snowing and I was going on a walk because I was in this class called online PE where basically my homework is to go on walks because I have asthma, so I could pretend I was getting my heart rate up by just not taking my inhaler. That's a whole other story. So I went on a walk and I was walking in the snow, being my whole albedo main self. You could see I drew myself with the albedo hairstyle there. And I found a coyote. Actually, I didn't find a coyote. I found a ton of paw prints. And so what I did is I followed the paw prints to where the coyote was. And I kind of like found his house, I guess. Coyote house. And then here's me with a camera going, that's crazy, bro. Okay, this here is Air. This is Einar's mom. I love her design so much. I was, this is like the planning page, I suppose, for her outfit. And then I made her digitally. She's got a whole bunch of lore, but in general, even from the beginning, from her conception of design, and honestly it hasn't changed that much because I really liked it. She's got her bunad, which is like the main thing that she needs, and bunads are like dresses in like Norwegian culture. Next page. Oh yay, here's Katrin. Here's her design. Yeah, so for the 3 people out there from Estonia, Katrin is Estonian, but she lives in Helligstad, which is a Norway adjacent country, because pretty much in Vana and Vona, in all of my lore, I kind of have like AUs of countries because I want to have outfits that are inspired by different places from real life, but I know that no matter how many decades of research I put into it, at the end of the day, I'm not from all these different cultures, so I could never fully accurately represent them. So I kind of just wanted to have like an adjacent form that gets some interesting parts in there, but isn't necessarily cultural appropriation. So yeah, this is Katrin. I love her so much, Katrin Fisker. I did change her scarf and all that a little bit because as much as I loved the more like flowery and busy look of the like Estonian outfits that I was looking up, I knew I couldn't repeat drawing that like a billion times. And that's the same with a lot of my characters, is they have more complex cultural outfits, if you will, but for the sake of simplicity and repetition, I did have to water down a lot of the outfits. But I did make sure to keep little flower crown that's with her hat and these 2 little tassels. I love her. And then this page is just some studies from Pinterest. Yes, that's a foot. I don't know. And it says épingle because that's like a pin in French. Because if you don't know, my work iPad is completely in French, so I don't lose the language. Here's some more Pinterest studies. I was kind of just vibing. I drew some ponies. I was practicing drawing horses because I needed to learn how to draw horses to draw Pepper, and as someone who watches tons and tons and tons of My Little Pony video essays and redesigns, but I've never actually watched My Little Pony, I didn't have that like baseline horse knowledge, I suppose, so I had to learn it now. I do want to watch My Little Pony though. I know it seems like a sin that I haven't watched it yet, especially as someone who was born in 2007. Like, that's kind of exactly who it was made for. Oh boy, yeah. So next page is more studies. I was studying how different people drew Kenny from South Park, and then I was drawing Edward Elric, of course. And then we're gonna skip a little bit of that because that has some Vana spoilers. Over here we have some Link studies because I was reading one of the Legend of Zelda mangas and I really like the silly expressions that they have in there. So I was trying to figure out like how to do them because I thought they were fun. And then over here I drew a couple Einar emotes, not copied, but like inspired from over here. And then I drew Line from Genshin because Line was one of my favorites. He's my like maybe third main, I guess, because Albedo is my main and then Durin is going to be my second main, so that makes Line my third main. I cosplay him. He's a funny character. W. Here is a silly mood. I was getting coffee that day, it looks like, and so I just drew like a little character getting coffee. I don't think that's my Sona. It's got a different hairstyle and everything, but it was a fun doodle. You can see Artie's up here because Einar and Artie have very similar chibi expressions. They're kind of the way to tell who is who most of the time. This one I know it's Artie just because this was like a daily doodle. Usually though, most of the time the difference, if you're just looking at a colorless chibi, is Artie tends to have like the elf ears with the star earrings and like slightly longer of a ponytail, and Einar is always like more shape language and he has like 3 piercings, so I don't know, that's how to tell. Here are some silly doodles. I was taking notes when I was at a convention of kind of things that I wanted to do and like notes that I was getting from people around me. I thought this was a super fun page, honestly. I love doodling at cons, even though I barely get any work done because at cons I'm always talking to you guys, right? Like, half the point of being at a convention is to be present and not online for once. This page, I was doing one of those expression charts with Einar to kind of figure out how his reactions would look. As you can tell by my annotations, I wasn't fully happy with how this turned out, but honestly it's not too bad. It's just, it wasn't my art style, so it was harder to like translate him into it, I suppose. But I really like this one. I think that one's adorable. I kind of want to redraw it. It's really cute. Oh my gosh, yeah, okay. So over here, so this is junior year now. This is junior year because in my junior year, I was in physics, unfortunately, and I did not have a great grade in that class because it was physics. My brain is not built like that. So I was kind of crashing out, and I crashed out like every single time I had to do anything for that class. But eventually I was like, you know what? You know who can suffer for physics? And it doesn't have to be me. Einar and Katrin, let's go. So I just have a little doodle of Katrin being like, hey Einar, what are we doing in physics? And he's like, which is pretty accurate. Me. And then over here I had like a doodle of Ray, and then I scribbled over it, and clearly I was in a mood that day because we got scribbles, we got the voices, we got oh mon dieu, oh my god. Then we have Einar acting like there's no scribbles over there, and then we got the actually. Yeah, physics does that to a person. Physics continues to do this to a person and says, tu es fou, you're crazy. Then we have this little dog that clearly I wasn't happy with. And then over here I was doodling what the Sigma? We got all of that, yep. And then we get to the summer arc. So this is between junior and senior year. You can tell I was crashing out over here, and then I like changed the font completely. Okay, so I did not make all of the goals for the summer arc, but also I kind of got busy because I had to do college stuff and I totally forgot about that. So, we'll keep those goals for the future. Yeah. This is a little sticker page. I thought that was cute. This is Aventurine from Honkai Star Rail. Blood has an empty bank. Gambling addict. Yep. Yes, he is. Okay, this one's interesting actually, because in one of my old TikToks / reels, I had one where it was like, I forgot what audio it was. It was like a training audio. It's like, your art is so good. And then they're like, you must use expensive supplies. I'm like, no. And then it shows me drawing with a ballpoint pen, which, like, real. This was a study of a statue that I saw. It was pretty good. I definitely didn't take time to plan out the anatomy that well, but I mean, I don't hate it. It's not bad. I feel like everyone who's ever gone to do a statue study has seen this one specifically. Here's more statue studies, and then Fullmetal Alchemist doodles. Oh yeah. This was definitely a time where What the Sigma was like the main phrase. It's like, what the Sigma? I forgot how to draw Ed. Yeah, I can whip this out. I gotta lock in for real. Which, yeah, for some reason, whenever I like go to draw my favorite characters, I always forget how to draw. But I did add my favorite comic panel from like any of Fullmetal Alchemist, I think, where it's like Edward, he's doing like the peace sign. It says, can't use alchemy, currently unemployed, no house, leeching off of childhood friends, wandering aimlessly. The main character, Edward Elric. Yeah. It's really funny. Okay, here's another Pinterest study I did. I really do like this one. I think it's pretty. I like the colors that I used a lot. This was with gouache, I believe. And over here, this was planning for AP art. I took AP Studio both years of high school. That was such a fun class. I did 2D the first year, and then the second year I did drawing and painting. Here's another study. I really like this one. I kind of like how expressive it ended up becoming, mostly because I was crushing out because I did the anatomy wrong, so I didn't want to finish it. But then it ended up looking kind of cool, so hey. And then over here is the opposite of that. We just have like an Among Us. I still draw Among Us. It's kind of just like a habit at this point. I haven't played it in years, but like it's just a habit to draw them. Over here we have some Pokemon doodles. We have Slurpuff and Snivy. I don't know why I drew them together, to be honest. I think I was just asking people for what Pokemon to draw. And then over here we have Jesse, James, and Meowth. Icons. Ahead of their time. I don't know why the page looks greasy. That's weird. Oh, it's because of my gold pens. Okay. We got Vana stuff. Oh, here's a character. I never like really fully fleshed her out, to be honest, but her name was Fiola. I might bring her back. I don't know. I kind of like her, but I never like connected with her design in anything, so. But over here you can see we have other characters from Fauna. We have Ragnar, Katrin, Einar, and Pepper. They're so silly. I love Pepper so much. Keep trying to go through without spoilers. Here's some more AP thumbnails. This is like an art history one for a Rococo based piece, so you can tell it's very fancy and thought out and everything. Of course. Over here with some doodles, some notes from a convention. So this was a blind contour drawing. I think I brought this sketchbook to school for something. And then I made my own ink, which was really, really fun. I used charcoal, crushed it up, and then I put it with some water and some gum arabic. Gum arabic, that's what it is. And that's how you make ink. It's super easy. Oh yeah, we have my OCs as like Yailoker characters, which by the way, just went to that concert and it's so good. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm obsessed. I'm obsessed. So we have Naomi, we have Ragnar, we have Einar. I love this one. And I was kind of just coping with the fact that I needed to do gesture sketch practices. So that's what we did. And then here's... Okay, and now we are down to the last 3 sketchbooks. I'm so excited. So these are all very recent. Like, all 3 of these have taken place pretty much in tandem with each other. So this one was the end of senior year, like the second half of my senior year. And then after that is one from summer school, and then the next one is the one that I had just finished from this semester. And then I'll give you a sneak peek of the one that I'm working on too, because why not? You've already sat here this long. You deserve a treat to see what my mind is up to these days. So, starting with this one, first of all, again, with the format, I love these tinier sketchbooks. They're so much easier for me to draw in. And I have a little sticker of Einar on the cover, super cute. And then I have Miku, and then on the back is a Jungelskog. Alright, now, this is also when I realized I had free will and I didn't have to do a first page. So I didn't do a first page. Instead, we move right into Einar Doodles. So, this is one I made him like super tiny, and I added these stickers that I got from working at Spirit Halloween because I had a discount, so I got a sticker book, as one does. Okay, so it says, he's so tiny and oopid. Gee, I sure do hope nothing bad ever happens to him. Look at those cute little eyes. He wouldn't hurt a fly. I am so sorry, Einar. I am the villain in your story. If you are unaware, Einar is a tiefling, as you can see by his horns, wings, and tails there. But his uncle, Ragnar, does not appreciate that. And Ragnar does not want his little nephew to have horns, wings, or a tail. So, if you see going forward in Einar art, he does not have them. There is much more lore to this, but if you want to learn the lore, if you go to my page on Unveil, that's currently where you can read Vana. I will be uploading it other places sometime in the future, but currently Unveil is the easiest spot for me to put it. Over here is a little art study that I did, that was just like from stuff from Pinterest and like a composition that I really liked. Let me fix the camera there. I didn't realize you couldn't see. There we go. Yeah, I really like that page. I like all the studies that I do. They're fun. Oh, some silly cat doodles. Over here is Artie, clearly going through it. It says, morning. I was actually dying this week, but it's okay. But I think I way overslept to the point that I'm tired. LOL. And my pen smells like almond / marzipan. Hey, that's not a bad thing. I want marzipan right now, TBH. Over here is some cute little merch doodles that I did. They were like notebook ideas. Honestly, I would make so many of them. I'm just not sure that people would buy them. And then this page is very iconic. I look at this all the time. Whenever I need motivation, I open this page. Yes, that's evil, Artie. Dare I say more. Here's a little to-do list. Here are some product ideas. Some Fullmetal Alchemist acrylic standees that I made. I don't know. I never actually fully made them into fruition, but I'm not opposed to the fact I do want to make a little bit more FMA merch. It's a little bit lacking there. Here's a composition I had for a still life because I needed to turn in something for college applications. The parentheses says, also it's Thanksgiving, so that means that I drew this pretty much this week last year. Yippee! Because yeah, Thanksgiving for me is on Thursday. I mean, I guess for everyone. Checks out. Here are some more silly doodles. I don't know what exactly the context of this was. I think I was just like, I don't know, I was just dumping. So we have Katrin, we have Miles Edgeworth, we have Curly from mouthwashing. We have a whole bunch going on here. I love this page. This is November 29th, 2024. This is when Mikey and I, my friend, we went to the Genshin Impact pop-up at Happy Lemon because we had one by us, and oh, the stickers are so cute. Actually, I still use the stuff from that. I got the cup with the little Klee cup warmer. I use it to hold my some of my paint pens, but look at the little Dodeko. It's so cute. Yes, I love Genshin. So that pop-up was super adorable. Of course, I had to draw the drink and everything that was there and use the stickers. I cut this out from the bag. 10 out of 10. My kid drew Herobrine. Here are some more Vana doodles. Oh, so this one says Vana according to CAI. Yikes. Einar's like, I'm a fictional character. And then Artie walks in. She's like, I'm your creator, Einar. Yep. He's like, okay. Damn. Yeah. I was messing around to see, like, what that would look like. I don't know. Not a big fan of CAI, though. Over here, we have Einar holding up a cookie of Katrin, and it's that one meme where it's, like, baking my long-distance girlfriend into a cookie because I miss her. I thought that was funny. And this is also the first time I drew him without gloves, so I decided that he gets to have claws. Over here is Einar crashing out, says, feel the rage! Specifically, that's actually referencing an Aurora song. Feel the rage! I literally can't sing in her ethereal tone, so I won't even try. But yeah. And then this is same guy after a nap. And it's just like this silly little creature. Over here is Katrin looking at Einar and being like, wow, what a man. He's like, 'cause tonight will be the night that I will fall for you. Because he like made Pepper's bangs all emo. I thought that was funny. Because I still do. Because this is pretty recent. I still sing that sometimes. 'Cause tonight will be the night that I will fall for you. Over and over again. And I just think that he would do that if this was like a modern situation. Over here is one of my favorite things that I ever did in terms of sketchbooking, and I really, really need to get back to it because it was super great and I need to get back to it. But first, this is December 1st. Yay! I drew Einar. He's chillin'. I'm pretty sure I took the reference from Genshin using Albedo because I have like a similar build, and so I could like draw over. Not draw over, but like draw from, because I wanted to practice perspective and stuff. This is December 1st. I feel so holly jolly. I hope I feel holly jolly next week. I'm really excited, guys. Yay! And then over here is December 1st, and I decided that I wanted to do a thing where I draw little things from my day. So I had like candles for like Advent, a fork, whatever I was eating for dinner. Oh, I think those are peaches. Some stars, my kitty, my brother, stuff like that. I'm actually, after this video, I'm gonna get back to that because I miss it. I stopped doing it at some point, and I need to start that again because that was peak. Over here we have December 2nd. Here's my brother again. He's doing math homework. Let's see. Today I learned I don't want to be a Victorian during Christmas because they eat shit like pudding, where it's just four birds shoved up each other like a poultry AU of human centipede. I fear that's an original sentence. I'm not gonna read the rest of my annotations if that's what they all look like. Yeah. Over here, I was listening to Headlock, loved that song, so I was writing the lyrics and then drawing like geometry, as one does. Over here was December 3rd. I had just watched Frozen 2 and I was all of my life. Like, this is from Show Yourself. Here's Altoids and a mask. Here's some Vana stuff. Okay, Market Dash merch. If you don't know, I was in a class called game design in high school in senior year. It was like a little elective class, and we had to make a game, but we also had to like promote it. So we had to make like a poster and like promo merch and stuff. So that's where this sticker comes from. This was for my school project. And yeah, we did make like a little doodle game. If you go on my channel, there's a video called Fauna Market Dash, and if you click on the description, I think there's a link to play it. I don't even know if it's still up anymore, to be honest. It was just for class, but it was fun. Here is Einar doodling. Oh, yeah. Okay, so there was a place called letsgogambling.com, and the domain was up for sale. So during lunch, Mikey called the domain number and hung up on that, which was very funny. Okay, on December 4th, I got my Spotify Wrapped. I had 69,836 minutes listened to. I was pretty proud of that. I'll tell you my stats for then, and then I guess we can circle back in a couple weeks to see what my stats for this year are. Super interested to see that. It might end up being Swedish rap. I don't know. Number 1 was Too Sweet. I listened to 59 times. Number 2 was Northern Attitude. Number 3 was Rule 34. Number 4 was Again and Again and Again and Again. Number 5 was Harpy Hair. And my top artists were The Crane Wives, The Family Crest, Michiru Oshika, Hosier, and Aurora. That guy is the Fullmetal Alchemist OST composer, by the way. I drew my glove. I drew my car. Over here is Serafina, one of my diva OCs. I have not gotten to draw her too much yet, but I'm excited to explore her design more when I do her birthday art, because if you don't know, every time it is one of my OC's birthdays, I have been starting this year, and it's super fun. I draw official birthday art for them, kind of like how Genshin Impact does. And it's just like a really good way to like get the character design and make sure I draw all my OCs equally, because some of them need more art. Here are some video ideas for art history related stuff, because I love art history, although I haven't made any of them because I'm not sure that you all would be interested in hearing about art history. If you would, please let me know. I might post a poll about this, but one of them is how did we go from the Mona Lisa to furry art? Number 2 is evil fashion trends enabled by art. Number 3 is why do medieval animals look stupid? Number 4 is modern versus medieval folklore. Number 5 is medieval brain rot paintings. Number 6 is making shorts about some of the AP art history curriculum, the 250. They're pretty important pieces, but they're super fun. Number 7 is a noob's guide to architecture. And number 8 is I drew my OCs as art history, which I might do that one because that sounds pretty fun still. This day, December 7th, I went to the Christkindl market, which is a little like German Christmas market, with one of my friends, and we found a D-Luke sticker from Genshin there, which is pretty funny. Here's some storyboard stuff from Market Dash. Here is December 5th and December 6th side by side. I went thrifting that day and found some cool trinkets and stuff. Dunkin' Donuts with my friend. It says nothing much happened because I locked in for SI1. If you don't know, SI are Sustained Investigations. They're pieces for art history, or not art history, for AP art, AP Studio. December 8th, Mikey and I went to IKEA, it looks like, and we found a bunch of geese. I had to be an elf, but it was kind of diabolical because I was like a Christmas elf for this thing, and there was like all these little kids. I was dying that day. I was like eroding, but I was like, I'm so holly jolly, you guys, yay. Yeah, these are random notes. This is Vana thumbnails. I honestly need to rework these, to be honest. Here's Katrin Doodles. This is, yeah, this doodle says she keeps her hat on in the sauna, which is pretty funny. Here's like Katrin build hat hair. Here's her doodling. Here's her as a kid and her as like a young teenager. And then her now. She's like, I want to be a sailor too. Because Katrin's whole thing is she wants to be a sailor because her parents are like Viking/sailors, and she wants to fare the 7 seas, but her dad's like, no, that's too dangerous for you. And she's like, frick, man, but I want to. And yeah, over here is a thing I was doing for a scholarship, thumbnails, all that. Over here, so this is after Christmas now. This is Mythical Meats and Basilisk. 10 out of 10, better than Unicorn. Basically, for Christmas, I got these super awesome, like, jerky sticks, but instead of being, like, regular things like beef jerky or something, they were, like, named after, like, mythical animals. So it's, like, Basilisk jerky, Unicorn jerky, Dragon jerky, stuff like that. It was fun. Fullmetal Alchemist Doodles. 2025 lock-in plan. We shall see. Wait, let's see. Let's see how much of this I actually did. How much did I lock in, you guys? France? Yes, I went to France. Monetized? Yes, I'm monetized. Yes, I have made side money. Yes, I got scholarships. Yes, I did. Oh my gosh, yay! I finished my 2025 game plan, you guys. I'm so cool. I'm so cool. This is a New Year's doodle of Einar, and he's drinking Mott's apple juice, but like Katrin convinced him it was like champagne or something. He's like, wow, I feel it already. Yes, okay. These were like silly lock-in stuff, but clearly it worked. I'm so happy. Here's a doodle from a reel. It was me mogging. That's how I look. I'm a mogger, y'all. This is for, oh my gosh, okay. This is Einar. This was for another reel I made. It's like, waters in the ocean, something swim, I don't know. You know that trend. And then it's like the fully rendered with the chibi head, yeah. Of course. This page, some of you might actually be familiar with because it does its rounds on Pinterest. But this is kind of like a junk journal type page. I had a whole bunch of stuff from a convention I went to, from like art trades and all that, so I put it on there. This is super cute. It was art of my angel and devil girlies, which are stickers you can get in my shop. That was made from, I forgot who it was. Is it on the back? Yes, it is. Okay. It was made for me by someone at a convention. Here's little Naomi, and then these doodles are from when I worked at Spirit Halloween. I was drawing Einar on shift, and it's like Einar in a bluey costume, and then Katrin's like, and Einar's like, you said the theme was bluey, Katrin, and she's like, I didn't think you'd actually do it, and she's like wearing like one of those like 2025 cat costumes. Here's more Einar doodles. And here's more stuff from the convention. Little business card, Pokemon token, arty doodles, and of course, IKEA flag. Not IKEA flag, Swedish flag from IKEA. Over here, I was gonna draw Dante Alighieri and Virgil. Basically, I'm a huge fan of Dante's Inferno. In fact, I took AP Lit literally as an elective class just to read that book. And I never finished drawing this beautiful drawing, but I was heavy into the Dante x Virgil fandom. I still believe it. Here's a doodle page, testing out some markers. Here's me being silly. Silly. This is, I don't know why this page is blank, but this is a fun study that I did at the Art Institute of Chicago. I was in the Ancient Mediterranean section, and I wanted to draw some statues, and then I took some notes and everything. And then this is February 2nd at SAIC, the School of the Art Institute of Chicago. Basically, I took an oil painting class there last winter, which was super awesome. I love that class. It was so fun. So I drew this page. You could tell I was like really anxious. There was like spirals and stuff because I was scared. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm like at college. I'm in the city, not clickbait. But I'm also still in high school, and this is kind of crazy. This is scary. So I drew a POV, and I was like sitting there, and I have my shoe and everything. And then this is like my sketchbook that's on my lap. And then we had to do blind contours of people, so I wrote "I'm sorry" next to all of them, as you can tell. This was me being whimsical. I drew a little alien creature. This place is called Whimsy Wood. I think I doodled it in class. And here's Artie. Here is a little composition study we had to do. Pierre Mondrian, you know him. Farm near Duivendrecht. I'm so sorry. I don't know how to pronounce it. Duivendrecht. I'm sorry. I tried. And then over here, we have František Kupka, I think. Again, I'm so sorry about these name pronunciations. I'm very bad at them, but I try at least. I don't know if trying makes it better or worse. Here's a crumpled up, like, statue thing. Here is Cesar Donka? I'm sorry, I can't even read my own handwriting. February 3rd, I was a little concerned. Here's Artie, and I was like, what's gonna happen to America? Should I be worried, or am I overreacting? I don't know. Girl, you were not overreacting. We are Charlie Kirk, we carry the flame. I'm sorry. Oh, this day was very, very scary. I had a really, really old computer, and I was working on a drawing for fauna, I think, and my computer stopped working. And it said your device ran into a problem and needs to restart. And then it says critical process died. And then I wrote the rune for luck on here, I think. And I was like spamming F1 to like reset it. Eventually that computer died about a week later, but at least I had enough time to get all my stuff transferred off. And as much as it was very, very sad, it pushed me to get my current computer, who I love very much. And that's when I pretty much switched over to Apple, because I used to be an Android user, but I like when things all communicate together. And since I use Procreate so much, I'm now an Apple user. Boo, yay, I know, everyone has their own opinions, but there you go. This was studies for school, more school stuff. February 5th, I decided on composition 4 for studio. I don't know what I was up to. Here's a little Katrin doodle, like Kid Katrin, that's so cute. And then here's Einar getting stabbed, R.I.P. And then here's Edward, R.I.P. This looks very nasty. I know it looks like a disgusting stain. That's because this was oil paint, because I forgot to bring a palette to class. Classic move, so I had to use my sketchbook. So yeah, it got scanned. Someone drew it in my sketchbook doodle. Then I was drawing like different ducks that I saw in Lake Michigan when I was like walking to class. I saw a really funny duck with a mohawk, which was super cool. Oh, and then that's a goose, not a duck. He was blending in. Melissa is carrying me today, OMG. Then I found Evil Chase Bank with Wesley. Here's me drawing on my canvas. W Day, I became friends with a crow, and there was like 100 snowmen at Millennium Park. Yes, this is true. So I live in the suburbs, so I don't really know what goes on in Chicago, but since I had time to explore it, apparently a thing people do is make snowmen in Millennium Park. Is that not the cutest thing ever? I have like so many pictures of them, because they're like itty bitty. They're like this big, and they're like all along like these walls. It's so fun. That was awesome. I drew crow in the snow, because there was lots of crows, and there was their little footprints and stuff. They were chilling. This is the boba I got. Here's some more Einar doodles. Einar and Katrin. Yay, little guy. Let's see. Oh, I was quoting Lady Gaga there. This is from a convention. This convention has a lot of lore, actually. I think it deserves a story time video, to be honest, because we ended up getting a refund for all the artists there, and we were completely deceived and misled by con staff, and there was a total of like 5 attendees, and we were promised over 1,000. So that was very interesting. Story time may come for that someday. I just don't know if I want to stir the pot. But here are some people's doodles. Yay. Interview stuff. I don't need to go into all that. That's just like personal resume things. Oh yes, here. I drew Nugget. He's one of my cats. I love him so much. He's so silly. He's a little criminal, but it's okay. I drew this on the train, actually, so you could probably tell how like scribbly my lines are. Here's some cute little doodles. This is of a YouTube artist named Leafy Star Berry, I think. I was just doodling while watching her video. I like the Sona. I never posted it or anything. Here's some silly doodles. Here's Dodico. Here's Nike de Samatras. I love her. I have her right here on my desk. I got her at the Louvre. And yeah, what a diva. This is, I think, right after I went to France or right before I went to France, something like that. Here's just like a lot of like notes and doodles and stuff for like artist alley and things like that. For school. Well, here's a little bird. Oh, okay, this is when I was in France. This is the airplane. It says, "We are in the motherland. The way I shed several tears once we got over Ireland is bodacious." Euro Papa was my welcome song. Yes, by Used. I love that. Because this is the first time I've ever traveled outside of America, so it was like a whole experience. I barely drew when I was in France, to be honest, because I was like doing stuff every minute of every day. I didn't have time to draw, so this might just be after France. Here is Air. Here is Einar. Here's more Einar doodles. I think I got like acrylic pens or something at the time, so I was playing around. Here is, oh, here's a whole thing of things to do with your OCs. Spoiler alert, I'm insane and I'm going to be making a video doing 100 things to do with your OCs. I'm working on it real hard. Working hard or hardly working. Here's some more doodles. Holy moly. I don't know. I was up to random stuff. Here's a washi tape samples. Love these guys. They're like my color palette. This is Ruby. So if you don't remember from earlier, Ruby and Tyrion were two side characters that were in Burn the Stars, which is the original comic I was talking about, or like the original plotline, I guess, for my OCs. And so I decided to design Ruby and Tyrion, these two, and they're kind of like royal guards now for Rey, and they're super fun. They're twins. They couldn't be more different though. Doodles. Here's another doodle of Nike, our wonderful Nike. This is my receipt actually for buying the statue here. Let's see, how much was it? What's the damage? Oh my goodness. 160 euros. Yeah, that was an investment. Good thing I use it every day. Here are some doodles. Don't know what I was up to there. Oh, this is a cute page. I was drawing LPS, I was drawing Einar. I was just practicing different things that I saw from Pinterest again. More Pinterest. IKEA stuff. I don't know. Here's Einar. Here's the little skeleton rat that I had on my desk. And then it says, "Goodbye high school." So yes, I graduated. Signing out June 3rd, 2025. So that is the end of this beautiful sketchbook. And now we move into my summer school sketchbook. Now my summer school sketchbook is a little bit different because it's for school. So I mean, I didn't finish it, but that's because I'm still using it kind of just for classes, but I don't have a studio class this semester, so I didn't have anything to use it on. So she is not finished, but I figured I'd show you what I was up to schoolwork wise. By the way, all of these cute stickers are available in my shop. They're super fun. So I had a little stamp because we had the Hokusai like beneath the wave off Kanagawa piece at our school. And it says School Sketchbook number 1, 2025, started the 17th of June, 2025. So, first page is a study. I love this page so much. So, basically, for a little bit of context, between the time I graduated and when I started summer school, I went to Washington, D.C. because I have a painting in the Capitol building, and I had to go to like all the ceremonies and stuff. But we had some time to go to some of the museums in D.C. And I remembered sunfish existed because we went to the Museum of Natural History. And oh my god, they're my favorite fish ever besides the humu humu nuku nuku apua'a. So I drew a total breakdown of sunfish because they're so incredibly stupid. I love them. So I'm gonna dump about sunfish because they're so crazy. So they're called the pancakes of the sea because they're like flat and long. They're technically in the pepperfish family and boxfish family, and the humu humu nuku nuku apua'a family. I love them. Humu humu nuku nukus are the Hawaiian state fish. They're also called parrotfish, I believe. Anyways, the fins are like vertical wings. This is how they look as a baby. They're so incredibly dumb. They're just like this big. they're called the underwater flyers. They can fit on the thumb when they're a baby. They have spiky teeth, but inside they can get to 11 feet long, so they're kind of huge. And their 4 teeth make a beak. They are eaten by sea lions. Sea lions just go like, just like take a bite out of that. They're the most fertile bony fish and can lay up to 300,000 eggs at the same time, also called mola molas. And they can jump out of the water. How incredibly dumb and beautiful and stupid are these guys? They're amazing. So of course, after doing the anatomy studies, I painted them swimming around. Yeah. Pretty freaking awesome. I love them. Over here was some deer studies. So I was drawing like a Wendigo, which I later learned that Wendigos actually don't have like antlers and stuff in like the original mythology. That's kind of like a Western idea that we brought to them, but at the time I didn't know that, so I was drawing like my interpretation of a Wendigo, and then I had like deer skull drawings from different perspectives, and then I was trying to do it from memory and then compare it to a reference. Here's some little deer ears. I love deer, they're so cute. Over here, I just had some stuff printed out, so I put in a Miku poster and I put in one of my Rayomi drawings, which I totally forgot you can print stuff and put it in your sketchbook, and I will be remembering this now. Over here are the drawings that these super cute stickers are from. Not even based off, these are the drawings. Like, I drew them in my sketchbook, and then I like put them in Procreate and color graded them and printed them out. They're so cute! I love them so much. Please, it would make my day if you got one of these cute LPS for anything in your life. But even if not, just let me know. Do you like these designs? Are they cute or am I tweaking? Yes, these guys are from LPS Popular. Over here is my first ever art fight attack because I was on that art fight grind. I will be back next year, guys. I had so much fun in art fight. Oh my goodness. I had so much fun. Yeah. So this is Aqualor for Creepy Sleppy. Love your OC. I need to draw him better next year. I just wanted to play around with crayons. Here are some blind contour stuff for school. Yeah, sometimes I doodle in school sketchbooks. It's okay. Over here was 1 point perspective notes, and then of course I got bored during the lecture, so I drew Einar in all the different perspectives. I was pretty proud of that. I thought that was cute. Over here we have we had to follow this tutorial of 1 point perspective, so I just added on some like pizzazz to some of the buildings. And over here was some thumbnails for a project that we had to do in ink, and I wanted to do something with Einar and Katrin. And then over here are some cute little doodles, and my sketchbook ended at that pretty much. I have like random stuff in here, but for the most part it's just like other people drawing. So my sketchbook for school ended there, and then now we can go on to my sketchbook that I just finished like a week ago. Man, I can't believe we made it this far, like, in the video. That's crazy. So yes, this is on the side. It says number 5. I don't know where I got the number from, but this is my most recent finished sketchbook. I just finished it last week. So, here we go. It's super thick. Super fun. It starts off with a welcome from Einar. And so I was doing a couple art fight studies before the contest began. So I wrote the characters and their name tags, but as the rules go, you cannot submit drawings that you made before art fight. So I just did some studies to like have fun warming up. I never sent this to the artists actually, but I think I should. So here is this character, Bolt, this character, Stola, this character, Tang, and this character, Callum from FNAF. And then we have a little Miffy drawing. So cute. I love Miffy. I went to the Miffy store when I was in the airport in the Netherlands. Super cute. Here's another one that I did. And then here's Pepper. Yes, my diva, Einar's horse. Pepper can talk, as I said before. Love her. Here is Otto. Also love him. He's super funny. Actually, I need to take a photo of him for Unveil. I never uploaded this. And I'll do it later. It's fine. This was my first ever time designing him, and I pretty much stuck with what I had initially because this whole thing is that he's like this eclectic, like crow type dude. All of his bio is on Unveil if you want to read more about him. And yeah, his design is very garish. It's a lot, but that's on purpose. Here are some of Mikey's OCs, Lucky and Ricky. This is a spread that I made from the Hokusai exhibit from our school. We had like different stamps that we collected. I like this spread a lot. I think it's pretty fun. It's very colorful. Here's my art fight hit list. I did not get to everyone, unfortunately, but I have plans for next year. Don't you worry. Here are the pandas from the Smithsonian National Zoo. Super freaking cute. I was so happy that I got to go to DC when the White House was still fully constructed. And yeah. Here was a study page. I was studying different types of like minotaurs. And so there's a minotaur from Gravity Falls. This is like a minotaur. I don't even know what he's from. I just saw him on Google, so I wanted to draw him. And then here's a regular cow head. I think this is from a statue that I saw in DC. But I think I kind of ate with that. Like, it's silver that the shading's in, so it's kind of hard to see sometimes, but I think I kind of ate. Over here are some charcoal drawings. They're just gesture sketches. Lots and lots of that. Here was stuff for starting school. Over here, super cute little pitcher plants that I found in DC at the, what's it called? The Botanical Garden. Yes, the Botanical Garden. And then at the DC Zoo, there were some super, super gluttonous birds. So, of course, I drew them. They, like, were swarming my brother because he was feeding them at the zoo. And there was, like, a whole entire army of them. They were crazy. Over here were some merch ideas. I did not get around to doing these guys, but I was going to do some Chikawa stuff, which was cute. I don't know. I might get around to it at some point. Here is a glass froggy that I drew. Here are, oh yes, okay, so it's fossil versus crystal was the theme for Art Fight, and I was kind of comparing, like, what design choices I could have for my Sona, and that's how I figured out if I was being on Team Fossil or Team Crystal, because I wanted Artie to have a fun design, so eventually I chose fossils. Here's my Art Fight stuff, just, like, notes and everything. Here is Artie, the Art Fight demons. That's so true. The excitement like the week before the event is insane. I love Art Fight so much. It's got to be one of the best times of year. It's like a holiday for me. There's Doodles. This was an attack that I did. I love this one. Yes, Artie could draw furries. Here's some more attacks that I did. This is one I never got to finish, sadly. I think I'll have to redraw it for next year though, because I don't believe that you can finish an attack that you started this year. I don't know. I had to look into that, but here is 3rd of July doodles when we were going to see fireworks. And then the fireworks in question. Very accurate description, I suppose. Here's fall stuff. Here's Einar and Katrin doodles when they're at a peat bog. And this is like a whole scene that I kind of want to have in Vana, so I won't read it all. Piano. Doodles. Doodles. Ah, yes, Fall Miku. I love this figure. I've been wanting this figure like ever since I saw her. Yet I haven't spent any more money on figures and stuff because I know I'll be moving to a dorm eventually very soon, so I don't want to buy more stuff that I would just have to move. Here's some studies from Legend of Zelda that I turned into Einar drawings eventually. I think they're cute. I was studying the manga. I really like this page especially, yeah. I don't know why I divided it with washi tape. That was an interesting choice. Whew. And then here is Venti. Here is some doodles of like anatomy stuff, I suppose. I don't know. Strawberry. I love this page so much. Okay, this is Einar and Catherine, and like I taped in the photos because I made them with my acrylic markers on watercolor paper because I realized that's a thing, and I love it so much. I made a digital version of this too, which is like the cover of Anna, but yeah. This is anime magic stuff. Here's some things I got from art trades. Yay! Over here is thumbnails for collab. Sketch. This was really fun. I did a coin study of like different kinds of coins from like Norway's history because I wanted to design one that'll work in Vana. So I was like drawing all the different ones and then trying to figure out which one I wanted to have for Einar. Here is Zandik or Dottore from Genshin, the Zandik of evil and medicinal malpractice. So real. Here's an Einar doodle I did. I was playing around with colors. I don't really like the proportions that I went with there, but the colors aren't bad. More doodles. Oh, I love this page. It's Afton's Barf. I drew him. I love that drawing so much, actually. And then I made the little sticker next to him, which you can buy all the IKEA guys as stickers from my shop, too. Here are Vana notes. I'm going to skip past that, but as you can see, there's lots of dead mosquitoes on the page. Because I was writing Vana outside and a billion mosquitoes were trying to eat me because I have the blood type that mosquitoes love to eat, so then they were all sliming me out, so I slimed them out instead. Here's a doodle of Sylvie because she was laying on me, which was super cute. Here are some designs for one of the buildings in Vana. I love this design. I have it digitally, and then here's some more like maps and floor plans and stuff that I got. I cooked with that one. I cooked. September 6th, Spirit Halloween furries. Yes, yes. Here is Einar and Catherine. September 7th. Some some crazy stuff. I still am trying to learn German because I'm going to Vienna and I don't want to embarrass myself, and I'm very much not picking it up as fast as I would like to, but at least I was practicing. So I have Hallo, ich heiße Einar. We have Schön, dich kennenzulernen. So that's allegedly hi. I'm Einar. Nice to meet you. Allegedly. I'm so sorry if you speak German. Please correct me if I pronounce any of that wrong. I really would appreciate it because I don't want to be that American tourist. I'm trying, guys. I'm trying. Here's a cute Pinterest study that I did. I love the texture on this one, especially on her hair. I love it. And I kind of like continue it like gesturally on the next page. Here's stuff. Here's crashing out. Definitely crashing out, my goodness. And then we go to the next page, which was super fun. I was using I had just gotten acrylic like lining pens, and so I drew Gumi. She's super cute. And then I drew Ray, and I don't know who this is actually. I don't know, just a creature. Photoshop controls. I was taking notes in school. Some Sanrio characters. Catherine and Einar. We have, I don't know who that is. Probably Noah. We have Crix. Here was like one of the first of Crix's current canon designs, and I like this one a lot. I kind of cooked. I don't know. Again, check out my unveil if you want to see the full thing. Yippee! New sketchbook is coming in 2 days. That is true. I ordered a red one because I wanted to match Einar. And then, so I kind of just reflected on my sketchbook and everything. I drew some silly horses. It might be a cheaper way to end a sketchbook, but at least I filled all the pages, right? Here's more Photoshop notes. Animal Jam emojis. And then I was planning out a typography project. Here's Niki de Samontas again because we were studying her in my art history class. Yay! So I decided to draw her. And then pretty much the rest of my sketchbook is just notes from my art history class. And yeah, that's the end of that one. So now we can move on to my current sketchbook. Okay. This is my current sketchbook. Yay! By the way, if you have made it this far in the video, thank you so much for listening to all my yapping. I know it was very long, but please consider subscribing since you've been in the family this long. You're basically like a VIP member, because what the heck, you have watched hours of me yapping. But yeah, I would really appreciate that, and I already really appreciate how long you've stuck around, even if you don't want to subscribe for some reason. So, this is my current sketchbook, very much not finished because it's my current sketchbook. I have a little pin up here, and an Animal Jam sticker because I've made some Animal Jam stickers. Here's the welcome page, and here we go. Page number 1 is a spread of Durin from Genshin. I made a Durin sticker, so he's chilling up in the corner there. Page number 2 is called I Heart Yuri, and it's Rayomi, of course. And this is why we like this, is like from Heartstoppers. Over here, we have the lioness, which is just my silly little IKEA lion. Yes, she's that big. Over here is Artie, but with a Golden Freddy mask, because I did this during class a couple weeks ago. It's like, I'm Golden Freddy, and I like to scare. When I scare, I become a nightmare. You're in your office, probably gonna die, and you will die because you won't survive. If you don't know the original, look up like the Dax Golden Freddy freestyle things. And yeah, they're really funny. Over here is 2 little creatures that I made up. I made up some little dinosaur maids. I never drew them again yet, but I kind of like the concept. I don't know. That was just an off the dome thing. Over here is Esmeralda from The Hunchback of Notre Dame, because recently I have been really into the musical and I'm currently reading the book. I know, I'm basically literate. And then I realized how similar Esmeralda and Ray look, and I was like, huh, that's interesting. Over here we have Einar and Katrin. I never fully colored this, but I like the composition and stuff. I think it's cute. Over here we have Naomi, yay! And then this is Mikey's OC that I was drawing. I'm so sorry, I forgot her name. I forgot the name, but I love the design. Over here, this is the Touch Grass Moose, telling you to touch grass, of course. And then I realized that I have free will and I can draw in crayon. So I drew in crayon. So I have stuff that's just on my desk. So we have, this is my room, my chambre. And then here's a poisson. The context for that is that I have a photo frame that's a fish. I need to put a photo in there. I kind of want to put a picture of Katrin in there. But yeah, there's that. Bow sticker, spray bottle, priest, happy, fossils, hair ties, bouteille d'eau, jus de pomme, pumpkin bread, amour. So yeah, it's just things that are in my room. I don't know. I was having so much fun. I actually genuinely love this spread. This was on November 2nd. So what, like 2 weeks ago maybe? This is a message. Like, this is like a texting conversation that I imagined where I'm like talking about like the northern lights and stuff. And then Mikey's down here is like, start digging in your butt, twin. Over here, this is the toughest thing alive, of course, is the skull with a dragon on it. Because you're VIP and you can meet him in real life. The tough dragon, tough skull, yeah. I know. Pretty cool. Over here is just random doodles, exploding, I don't know. Crayon is such a fun medium. Here was just some random shape dudes. I drew these all in like a minute or less. It was just like a little practice to fill the spread. I adore this page. This is like these stupid deers. I don't know if you've seen them, but it's like a specific type of deer. And this is like the one where it's like getting interviewed. Over here is Einar stuff, and then Miku that says Miku Expo, because Miku Expo is starting in Chicago this year, and I'm going! Oh my god, I'm so excited. I'm cosplaying Hatsune Miku, by the way. I'm totally cosplaying her. I'm so hyped. Over here is more crayon studies. These guys were studies from Pinterest drawing, but I ended up adding more eyes onto it because I felt like it. It was fun. And then here's a Miku doodle. And then Miku as different Chicago things. So we have Hatsune Beanku, not racist. This is talking about the bean, like Cloudgate. We have Hot Dog Sune Miku, King Von Sune Miku, and Lake Mishimiku. Here is more Pinterest drawings. I love this page. I think it was super fun. It's just called Pinterest Baddies because these are baddies I found on Pinterest and I drew. Here is more doodling, yapping, cute Artie drawing. I love drawing in crayon. Here's more Artie. Here's more portrait studies. I like this one a lot. That was in crayon too. And then some more crayon doodles over here. I don't think I have drawn in crayon within the last few days, but I might get back on that grind because it's such a loose and fun way to draw. I highly recommend it if you have any. November 4th, here is a card that was in the parking lot, and it looked like it had like an anime face, so I drew it, of course. And then I drew like the human AU. Flash flood. This is Mikey's silly little character. He's not being designed yet, but that was his current design as of that day. Money stuff, doodling, yapping, all that. This was fun. I went to the Milwaukee Art Museum, and so I put the tickets on a spread. Here's some more doodles of Einar. This is just like a whole bunch of like Einar emotes and stuff. I forgot when I was drawing. I mean, it was like a day ago, but I forgot like where I was drawing it, I guess. But it was really funny. And then Katrin's like, get a load of this guy. Oh, I forgot to do that page. I'll go back and do it. Then we have some Fullmetal Alchemist studies. We have Ed and his tiny original design, and then he's like reacting in the corner. He's like, what? And then over here is like a pose that I found on Pinterest. Like, I found the Edward drawing, and then I like drew a transmutation circle behind him. Over here, it's just some random doodles. I was just like on call, and I was just like doodling while yapping. So yeah, that is where we currently are. Genuinely, if you are here this long, you are crazy, and now you get a sweet treat because I redrew one of my older drawings that I was talking about earlier, my Ryomi drawing. So we're gonna go into that speed paint, and then I'll let you go.